misfits, one and all, to tonight's Midnight Ranting. I think this is our first time covering this topic, probably. Does God exist? Exactly. We need to try new things, James. It's the new year. So, won't you come join us for this modern day debate? Sending love to James Coons, and you should all be checking out amazing modern day
up-and-coming debate channel.
Exactly. Won't you join us for the after party or just the topic itself on Does God Exist? As James W. and myself, Amy Newman, transcend time, space, and tacos. Woohoo! What is up, everyone out there on the the intertubes? Yes, very specifically, they have to pack it through there. So I want to thank you personally for getting through that push to be here with us on this episode of Midnight Ranting. The struggle, exactly. Does God exist? If you enjoy the channel, please don't forget to like, follow on Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube. It gains you access to that bell icon, which when set to all, will send you reminders to see our premieres. We just started. Gizmo and I have been working hand in hand to release clips.
Paw in hand.
Exactly. His mittens are down to the bone. However, we give him good catnip. I also want to send out all of the love out there. Exactly. I see him out there sending so much love to Feder Methodist with a $5 super chat. It's better not suck.
Well, hey.
My girlfriend was gonna give me like a mani pedi, and let me tell you, I understand trying to wait and with a belt sander, but here I am. Oh my. I just want to say that's a hot sentence, and that I'm still glad that you're here with us. Welcome, Feder.
She can probably give you a pedi. I don't know if she has a belt sander, though.
That's true.
You don't have that? That's not one thing in your bag of props?
Well, we can make things work, I'm sure. Probably. No, wait, no. This is definitely... No, you want to keep that. I feel like I can fight G-Man with this. No, not quite the same thing, but we welcome you, Feder. We welcome you, all of us, and all of you. What is up, Rubik's Cube?
On multiple platforms. Thanks, Rubik's.
All of you out there, Slicey Slicer.
Maybe she can open up a Facebook page.
Anus. That's right. Can I tell you the interesting thing about Facebook? Or at least I'm starting to check the algorithms and the analytics, and we are gaining views on Twitter. I've been making fun, like it's completely dying. Someone is watching it out there, so sending love.
Somebody's watching us
out there that's watching on. We have sometimes views on Facebook, and so sending love out there. I should send more links to the Facebooks and the Twitters, but the YouTubes, the Twitches, everybody. We have launched also the Girl Deck. The Girl Deck very specifically is. As you've been seeing, and we are about to open it up to our open mic, the link of which will be
very shortly, guys.
Shortly. This is our housekeeping. Sam Harris is our producer as well, doing us housekeeping. So we just want to thank Feder one more time, because all of the super chats, as well as the shadow membership down below with the evolving badge system, apparently evolution, James, it's not a triggering thing. I didn't think I knew that about Stuart. I don't know if that's an evolving position, if he was always old Earth. But
they're always, they've been theistic evolutionists, old Earth. Yeah, they don't squabble with that.
Fantastic.
It is kind of silly though to couple that with the we're theistic evolutionists, but intelligent design, but it looks designed too, and it's irreducibly complex. So that's like, well, yeah, no, God did evolution, but He made it happen irreducibly complex to point to Him.
100%, and it's not really scripturally accurate unless you take everything that disagrees with science and just call that a metaphor. But it's just like the lady who wears a hijab but burns her bra. And like, go to it, girl. I don't care if
alcohol
you're
and is a lesbian.
I have been at those
drinking
parties,
margaritas,
as well as girl and guy Muslims who have drank and smoked and had a good time. And you're like, you know what? Let's just keep on ignoring every holy text out there. James, did you know a book said a thing? But we can just ignore that. Also, welcome to everyone who may disagree with us. I will say this is a skeptic channel. You'll figure out which side we probably take in the debate as well as on this topic, generally speaking. However, if you disagree with us, we actually want you to come on the show, not just on the real estate. We will actually have, like I said, the open mic. And yeah, so love. The channel
God equals square root.
As well as the Patreon. We have a Patreon at patreon.com/JV and we have officially launched the Girl Deck. And so if you are a channel member, if you are a Patreon, or you are a Twitch subscriber,
two of the three,
you get promoted to Lieutenant of the Girl Deck. I have to be captain. It's the Girl Deck, and it's not infinite in size. We've been trying to get it expanded, but James and I, as co-captains of the Girl Deck, I mean, we invite you on as lieutenants. That's basically what you're getting promoted to. Thank you, Bobby Larson, for giving us he's our marketing agent. Yes, Kent Hoven was the head of our HR department, and for some reason he had to step away. I don't know.
Send in those emojis, guys. The devil hates them.
Exactly.
When you pay money to become a channel member, the devil hates that. It really makes him mad.
It makes him really, really upset and jealous. Oh, wait, no, that's God. Wrong supernatural agent. And I'm also, oh my, we have.
We'll promote you to Lieutenant Commander, Beamsy.
Is he asking? Okay, that's a deal. But only if you command on
Lieutenant Commander of the Girl Deck.
Specifically, we have a bunch of vessels that we call Dadass, and I want him to be commander of. Yeah. Anyway,
Rear Admiral Reach Around.
Yes, exactly. So speaking of, this is our shout outs, because we have so much love and supporters out there. We are sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us we like the separation of church and state. Rachel Holen, reminding us that, we're not really into the pink cuff slavery. Good if you're trying to take people, without consenting from the nations around you. Oh, you've been a naughty boy.
If you want someone in fuzzy cuffs to mop your floors and sweep the house,
then come on board. You can help clean the Girl Deck. Anyway,
that deck.
Also, Senator Cato, Rachel Holen, and James Wolfe. James Wolfe, sending so much love, because we do late night podcasts, and we kind of howl at the moon. It becomes late so often that it's generally daytime somewhere else. You would know that if you're a round earther.
If we say 5 o'clock, we mean 5 a.m.
Generally speaking, it's 5 a.m.
Slicey, she's got a pair of pink fuzzy cuffs for you.
I was going to say, I need to get, I think, a specific pair just to have. I have my whip. I feel like I need a pair of fuzzy cuffs just to tie any naughty deeds.
Truth be told, there's probably at least 20 pairs of those in the house, but they're all in use.
Yes, so. You beat me to it. Exactly. I mean, Iron and Gavin, what do you think that's keeping them down there? Okay, it's love and their mouths. But, like, the third thing, pink fuzzy cuffs.
Yeah.
But sending so much love to.
Speaking of Iron, he was in the side chat today.
Oh, I know.
He
I
was
forgot to
getting
say hi
cheeky.
to him. Because I normally say hi to everyone, but I was shilling and mod moding and just try. And he gets into the debate mode on there that I try to stay as neutral as possible on there.
Do you?
I let go for the wholesome moment. There was a single wholesome moment during the debate. And so, he basically said, Aaron said that Stewart wasn't telling lies. And generally speaking, I mean, that is kind of our thing. When the theists start going against science, they're just telling us their opinion on, I don't know, I guess the answers that have not been found out yet. Like, how did the universe before a Big Bang, even though that doesn't really make sense as a question, but et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yes. And so it's always nice not to have, I mean, like the young Earth creationists are liars if they know the very specifically the leaders, at least. I don't know about the people in the pews. But then the presuppositionalists are just assholes. And so those are your two other choices. So I see why you're basically taking
when Aaron mentioned evolution, and then Stewart was like, well, what about the beginning of the universe? He's like, well, wait, you want to go to cosmology? Like, before you were talking about irreducible complexity and intelligent design. Now that I know about all that, you want to go to cosmology.
And that is a common tactic, that if you have a biologist on, you attack physics. If you have a physicist on,
spends most
you
of his
attack
time
biology.
Talking biology, evolution. Yeah.
Yes. Well, and that is why
about.
Certain creationists of a wide variety will bring up like 8 different subjects that you would have to actually have expertise in, and to speak with authority without it being a fallacy. Right. You would have to have multiple STEM degrees, none of which they have, but they generally have in front of them someone who is an expert in a single field, which is kind of generally, not always, but generally.
I'm a geologist. Now let's talk about the Big Bang.
Yes, exactly.
I'm a physicist. Now let's talk about evolution.
It is I would say a trinity, but I'm sure it's even more so a ring around the rosy. You just go one subject to the other. Okay, and so sending love. Yes, definitely that. Around Jesus, hopefully. Who is transgender, gonna keep on sending. I love that apologetic from Tom Rabbit.
God is transgender.
What? You're just being edgy and postmodern. No, actually, your God was genderless. And then for at least eternity, so 6,000 years. And then 2,000 years
I don't know. He always identifies as with male pronouns.
Well, and then 2,000 years ago became a male, at least physically.
Had the
schlagadong. Yes, exactly. And so
infinite in size.
Oh, of course. Not about the size. It's about the size. Well,
look what the cat drug into chat. Look who just popped up.
I was going to say,
been gone for months. Ralph. He's been hiding.
Well, we've been looking for, just many a theist that wants to step up to the ball game.
His wife isn't letting him stay up late anymore. That's
really?
His wife is probably dragging him to bed early. He can't stay up and hang out with us.
Listen, and I am into
Are you watching that tranny again, Ralph? Up all hours of the night watching her?
Oh, my.
Yeah.
That's right. And so we are sending love to the lovely. We're probably going to have, it's going to probably be Pieter and KingXerxes are probably going to be first up to bat. And so we are sending love out to KingXerxes, a lovely content creator that is also on the RandolfRichardson and Taco panel, the Fortnite panel that has JL Warren and T-Jump and Ix and a whole bunch like Peter himself and a whole bunch of amazing people. So check that out.
Good people on there, yeah.
Okay, so there was sending love to Dale Pastel. We're looking for a little bit of empirical evidence, just a little bit. What's up, Doorknob Hood?
Mode engaged.
I always find it insulting.
Like Wilson from Home Improvement, you know, hiding behind the fence. He's hiding behind.
Oh yes, exactly. What you doing, Nate? What you doing, here? With the hat. But I always find it offensive when they look down other animals. Not I guess the old Earth creationists who believe in evolution, but the young Earth creationists who are like, no, we're special. Definitely. I saw you drop ice. I saw you drop ice cream all over like your shirt, but like, yes, no,
special
you are
creation
the most
from
evolved.
a special deity.
Exactly, a special deity. But it's not special pleading. Sending love down, Pastel. Sending love to Chris Disciple. We have many skeptical Christians, theists. We even have skeptical Muslims, all sorts of people on here, as long as you're skeptical towards your beliefs. That's kind of the thing. We are the skeptic and ranting community. And then the last three, ladies and gents, we are sending love to Ian Davenport.
Ian, thanks, Ian. Riding that girl deck.
That's true. Ian is on. He is lieutenant of the girl deck. Many fantastic people on there. Pat on there. But he is helping us throw a wrench into, when we look at watchmaker arguments, because we are naturally occurring. Plants naturally occurring. A watch made by probably a child in China. But, whatever.
A universe naturally occurring.
Yes. As far as we can tell, all the empirical
laws
evidence.
Of logic naturally occurring.
Well, I mean, the laws of logic are such a funny thing. Like, the laws of logic are what you say to yourself just to make sure you're not crazy. Everything that is. Everything that isn't. And something can't be and be at the same time. Everything that is. Everything that isn't.
Now they bring up math.
Okay, we get it.
Which is like the presuppositional Mr. Batman. You can't even know that 1 + 1 = 2 without God, sir. You reference God when you do math.
That's right, sir. I used to be a homosexual, sir, but I got cured by the very manly men around me, sir.
1 penis in my mouth equals a good time, sir.
What? I am trying to keep all of these plates
I'm not gay anymore, sir. I don't do that anymore.
I don't do that anymore. I serve his glory at every hole that I can. Sending love to Ian Davenport. Sending love to Matt D. We look for theories. And if you say the word, it's just a theory, please stop. Just stop.
Yeah.
Because that's a hypothesis. A hypothesis is an educated guess. But in science, we collect a framework of facts to explain a phenomena. Like the germ theory of disease explains why people get sick.
Kind of works. And then Jesse says, I think Mr. Batman is right. Why would a woman want to suck that when you can have a man suck it?
This is like another PSA. Ever since I debated that one guy on Randolph's stream, because he comes in so wholesome, and all the people, it's generally a civil conversation. All he does is talk about worms and parasites, and the moment he was taken back the first time. Now, even though he did a 30-minute rant and ended with how much he likes semen, or is addictive. And then he came on and tried to do it a second time. And I'm like, just come out. He's like, why would you bring that up? All you care about is that. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure it's just whatever your therapist and your daddy issues got going on. Just come out. It's okay to be gay. Unless you're God. Apparently, then you're going to burn. Gonna burn people. I know. Let me tell you, House of Comments. This person, I don't have to name them. I'm just going to give you the last part of your name. Because it could be anything. In fact, I'm going to give a different name. His name is Fred Family Man. That's what he comes, and you're like, okay, Fred Family Man, why do you talk about parasites and being gay? Kind of like a little bit. I also get people, they see I have cat food here. Now, this is the new thing. I get people sending me pictures because I have little pieces of cat food, and the cat food falls on here, and I get pictures sent to me now that's like, look, the parasites are right there. Right there. And I have to take a second and ask myself, because at first I'm like, okay, it's a troll. But then you start to get it from people who are very selective. It's not just like the heterosexual. It's like people with the name of I don't suck dick anymore. And you're like, look at all these parasites. And you're like, are you sure it's not really just that you think that dick's yummy? Could it just be like that? Wouldn't that be the easier answer than like the equivalent of the cordyceps virus has taken over your brain to make you gay?
No. It's like that parasite that becomes the tongue of the fish. So
yes.
it's not them sucking the D. It's the parasite that's sucking it.
Parasite sucking
their mouth
D.
is just the playground. That's just the setting. It's not them actually doing the sucking. Yeah.
James.
See what you missed, Ralph.
I know. I see. I like to think that this is the top tier intellectual channel. That we go. What is the root of epistemology? How can we even know anything? Ontology. Really, can we even know what exists to begin with? And then are parasites secretly making me suck dick? I feel like these are subjects that have been, I feel like, are basically ancient, have gone back to Greece, if you think about it. Don't think about it.
Probably the COVID vaccine, probably in there. Mark of the Beast makes you turn gay. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's why they want everybody to get like 27 boosters. Make sure we're all as gay as we can be.
Exactly. Also, if you don't get your cootie shot very specifically, you become me, just like me. If you want to know how the LGBTQ recruits, very specifically, you get bit. And then if you don't have a cootie shot, you then get signed up for RuPaul's drag show. I'm pretty sure.
You didn't get poked by a rabbi back at Temple?
No. Oh. Damn it. I'm just happy I wasn't circumcised.
You remember that part when...
I love circumcised, non-circumcised.
He asked AronRa got poked by a priest.
What?
At
oh, God.
No, Stewart in the debate. He's like, asked AronRa if he turned away from Christianity because he got poked by the priest back in church.
Yeah, I mean, the sad thing is there's actually, institutions that I think, as Bill Burr says, they like to pass them around like SeaWorld. They bite a kid and then just got to pass them around.
Peter's backstage.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Well, Peter's backstage, and I know KingXerxes basically is already. He was like, he's waiting in the
We'll get Peter on shortly.
But I just want to say, to put up like the note on this, because I'm obsessed with the cordyceps virus. I was obsessed with the cordyceps virus before it was cool, and I assume cool because The Last of Us has finally become a TV show. Can't really be too cool if it's a video game, even though I love video games. Heyo. And it's 9 out of 10 rated. You should check out The Last of Us. But the cordyceps virus in ants very specifically makes them go up to leaves on the top of trees and makes them basically commit suicide. It makes them basically get eaten by birds. And so the birds who are not affected by the cordyceps just poop them out and are able to spread the fungus. But it does indeed take over their brain and make them...
Does it?
Yeah, not only that, but it's such a popular takeover that there are protocols within ant social colonies to throw infected individuals out.
Oh.
And so
quarantine protocols?
Yes, yeah. So it's a real thing. It is slightly different than the multiple stages of cordyceps in Last of Us, which is way cool. Well, I don't want to say way cooler. Inspired by a little bit different, but so is my main villain of my Nation of Angels. Check it out, future. I'm past page 50, baby. The main bad guy he's spreading the cordyceps virus. There's lots of supernatural people, but he is a plant because he is able to use trees. He is infected with some sort of cordyceps that infects the trees. Thus, he's all this da 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 da.
I speak to the trees.
I speak to the trees. Well, and he goes counter. Spoiler alert to my main hero, who also controls trees. She's stronger than him eventually, but she's not infected with a virus trying to take over the world. Yes. Well, she's in every. If I do Carl Jung an archetype, she's in every woman, and she would hate that description of herself if you were to tell her that. But it doesn't matter. Yes, exactly. Enough about my story. Enough about my fictional story. Let's get back to fictional stories. Ooh, what's up? Sending love also. Gash one. What is up? Says hey, James. Just wanted to say hello. We're almost at 100 on followers on Twitch, and so I know I've been saying that for forever. So sending that out also on.
I don't know Best in Show. I don't know how he does either.
Yeah, I also have no opening statement, and James is. I don't think he has anything. We're going right to the open mic. This is our opening. People. Yes, exactly. So okay.
Bring Peter on, then we can send.
And yes, and with that, I think that's gonna do it for us. Was that our last? And then we got Ian and Matt and Rejos. Rejos is our final. Last, but certainly not least, sending love to Rejos, reminding us we have a skeptic Bible study, and we're kind of knee deep in Joshua right now, if you know what I mean. He kind of lifts.
Knee deep in genocide.
And he replaced Moses. That's all the context you need. Moses was going on for like ever, and then now
we've already had a few genocides, so it's good. Really very holy book.
James, when you need to kill somebody, it's God. God.
Yeah.
And all right, thank you to Ian, Matt, and Rejos, and everyone as well on our Girl Deck, our Patreons, channel members, and everyone who sends in super chats like sending so much love to Farron Sellers.
Appreciate it, Farron.
Boom, 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 boom. Long time supporter and sending lover of the channel, and we are sending love and support right back to Farron. It is just great to have you in our presence, and we're sending so many hearts. With that, I think we are about to go into. We are Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? We're having a modern day debate inspired after party. The debate is actually linked in the description below, along with the sending love to AronRa and Stuart, and of course James Kuhn of Modern Day Debate. Sending love to Farron Salas for giving us love, and Rejos. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry, Rejos. I really do hope you feel better. We are not sending hopes and prayers. We are hoping just that you get well, and that, we hope that science, as well as your microbiological systems, take care of that. And sending love. And all right. There's only so much that we can milk our open whatever the hell. With that, we are going to move it on right into the open mic. We're going to send the StreamYard link into the chatosphere. So there it is on the screen, and we are going to link it in chat if you would like to join us. And so with that, we already have the girl deck that we presented, what we thought, which is Pieter and KingXerxes, basically two champions of atheism themselves, lovely content creators and mensches and human beings. And we got Beamsy and MarkReid. We have the girl deck. We are going into it as we are Midnight Ranting. Does God exist? Woohoo! What is up? Theater. Welcome to the open mic here, Midnight
In
Ranting
studio.
that exists. What are your thoughts? Oh, can't he? Hold on.
You hear me?
Now we can.
There he goes.
You hear me? See, Tim the Tool Man messed with my settings. It always happens. Which is why I'm behind a fence. Sorta, kinda. But yeah, so
Hey neighbor.
I'm here. But I haven't seen the debate. So am I still allowed to be on?
Sure. You know what? We're gonna allow it.
Yeah, I just got online. I mean, I saw James's message on Discord when I got back online. Oh, I thought I'd drop by anyway. So I can't watch the debate yet, so I have to wait until it's done rendering, and then I'll download it because I'm sadly no longer supporting MDD because of my personal reasons. But I'll watch it anyway. We'll see. So fill me in. How did it go? Is there evidence for a God?
I don't think we found any evidence for God. No.
Can you handle that?
I thought we wouldn't. I mean, so the son of is a little bit better in a debate usually than Dad himself. So I guess this was the son.
Better than Cliff? Yeah, this is Stuart, the son.
Yeah, Stuart is a bit more cordial. Cliff tends to get aggressive if he feels that he's losing. So hold on, let me remove my thingy.
Oh my.
Well, Stuart was tiptoeing like a ballerina in this debate. He was he was being very careful, at least in the beginning.
I don't
James
think he's a real
Coons had to try to get him on topic.
Aaron.
Yeah, like he really didn't want to. He didn't want to engage with it. He really didn't want to cross Aaron or disagree. He was like, "Well, let's talk about the things we can agree on first." And then, like, he really didn't want to, you know.
He was like me in my first political debate.
A couple times, James had to try to redirect them. Like, okay, all right, we're back to the topic of.
Back to the topic.
Is there a God? Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you know Aaron a bit, it might not be a good thing to challenge him to a debate on evidence for God, because you know you're going to lose that anyway. There is no debate because there is no evidence. The evidence that they can come up with is arguments, which to me isn't evidence. They're arguments. And yeah, I could make a really good argument for pink unicorn to exist. That doesn't mean it exists.
They're just baseless assertions, claims.
Yes.
No evidence.
Oh, my producer is leaving the stage.
That's right, Dale. Yeah.
He's bailing.
He seems like a good guy, but he's not a real debater.
Depends. He likes debating Otangelo. He's
Stuart?
the only one. No. My producer, my down here.
Otangelo made an appearance in the debate tonight on a chat, and James Coons didn't read the full question out. He thought he was a troll account. I can't see why James would have thought that.
Otangelo glory hole or whatever.
Yes. I can't imagine why James would have not read that full super chat out.
You have to. I mean, there's Otangelo Grasso. So youtube.com/@Otangelo Grasso, I think, is the real account.
Yeah, this was but he has over 100 stock accounts.
I'm not saying people need to go there, but there's somewhat of a love interest video between Otangelo and Darth Dawkins on that channel, so I'm pretty sure that that's the real one.
We'll also say I have a backup in my refrigerator of orange dye, sugar, and water. And so if you mix that together, somehow you get the Shroud of Turin and codons. However,
You pour that on the Shroud of Turin, it becomes alive.
Yes,
Oh.
it's alive. We're sending love on Tangelo.
I don't know if I still have that. I don't think so. Yes, so
Atheist worst nightmare, banana.
We could do this and then pretend that I am Jesus coming to you from the shroud directly. And I make videos on Otangelo's channel. So that's the best I can do, at least at the moment.
Thank you so very much, Peter. Welcome on board. You should check Peter out at Gonna Go For It. You should check out Peter. I believe, I don't know. You're basically doing some sort of like producing some up and coming content creator. You should check him out. I think his name is AronRa.
So we did start and revamp our channel. So this Tuesday we're going to have a conversation with another creationist. It's a guy who I think has a sense of humor, because I asked him what I should put as a name there for him, and he said he was suffering from big penis syndrome. And I said, you don't know me, because I will put that in there as your name.
You said this?
Wait, hold on. I have the cure. Send them over.
See? I'll see what I can do. But yeah, so that's coming up this Tuesday.
Sounds like a good panel to have Jesse P. Leaderson on.
Bam!
Thank you so very much, Peter, for having you on, as well as Lee Peterson, Jesse. Always good to have you. Yes, thank you so very much. And we're about to get KingXerxes on. I just want to very quickly send love to Hillhugger for a $5 super chat, saying, listening while I work. Stewart's position from the debate was essentially a God of the gaps with a dash of cinnamon, of objective logic and morality. Yes, yeah, kind of incredulity, not knowing. It's always the abiogenesis, and in this debate, kind of cosmology, also sending love. We just released a clip. Our first. We're just starting to do clips, and I feel like the Tom Rabbit is inspired in me, and so we're going to be cutting up a whole bunch of things, monologues, maybe some rants with spice of debating that we've done in open dialogue and stuff. And so get ready for that, including our two portions of God of the Gaps. Mine was called Mystery of the Gaps, and James is going to be called Religion. The internet is where religion goes to die.
Who is that?
That's a quote.
Who's the person who wanted his name to be Big Penis, Peter?
So he's a creationist. He's on Twitter. Let me go check real quick.
Do that, and then we're gonna get KingXerxes on.
He's on Twitter as man_strosity. So,
oh boy,
I mean, does he have an OnlyFans?
All the ingredients for a good show, I think.
That sounds good.
And my co-host is going to be the lovely Lilith, who people might have seen on Orange channel in our Bible study, the Blasphemers Bible.
Woohoo! Go check that out. Go check out Gonna Go For It, AronRa, and check out their Blasphemers Bible.
Thanks, Peter.
As well as Atheist Junior, because I think 100%. And we are now getting on another atheist content creator. You should check him out. He is on our panel with RandolfRichardson Taco, but he does lovely content out there on the PNR and politics server, which I am going to do more myself. I almost did an impromptu debate you the other day, but then I saw 2 or 3 atheist content creators on. I'm like, I'm not going to. go against that, because we're not the first versus the Second Baptist Church here. We're basically all one for fun in the sun. KingXerxes.
KingXerxes.
We are Midnight Ranting. In fact, I hear a lovely serenade in the back.
Whoop!
It's like
I
when,
did not know I was off mute.
Blaster
That is
Master would
okay.
serenade you.
Sending so much love. KingXerxes, welcome on board. We are Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? Hope you are having a fun night. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we talk about tonight?
Yeah.
That's right.
The answer is no.
Okay, and we're going to close up. We're going to roll the credits, and good night.
Yep, that's about it. One of the people in the comment section just said that sounds like Ditto. And he is actually correct. I was just playing Life is for Rent by Ditto. It's amazing that he picked that up. Yeah. Hello?
But yeah, I was going to say, oh no, I guess that is your whole, well then welcome, KingXerxes. You know what? Basically to the point, and we all agree. So welcome on board.
Yeah, thank you,
King. We got Beamsy, Mark Reid, PTown, Leophilius in that order. Though it's come one, come all, I will say. Don't mind us.
It's an atheist orgy.
On the girl deck. Beamsy, we're Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? Welcome on board, and what are your thoughts? The debate, the topic, anything, tacos?
There's always going to be tacos involved, but when it comes down to it, what would it take them to actually acknowledge the one true religion?
That ass?
Of course, that ass.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I think we all acknowledge it, yeah.
And just to prove everyone that you only need 3 1/4 inches to satisfy anyone, I'll have to actually...
I can say that is not true. Nope.
You're like, listen, if we blow this up
I know
enough,
for a fact.
okay?
I know for a fact that's at least 3 inches short.
That's good. That looks kosher to me, basically. And okay, welcome aboard.
Beamsy is famous as a bisexual.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's everything.
But it has 3 letters instead of just 2.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much, Beamsy. Welcome aboard. And we got Mark Reid, PTown, Leophilius. Mark Reid, we are Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we talk about tonight?
Yeah, so I saw the debate. I think Aaron did really well. He only interrupted a little bit, and he said like he was trying to keep an eye on it. I think it was really good for him to sort of get in debates where he's not just yelling and sort of interrupting people, which he does do occasionally. But he realizes it and is doing stuff to address it, which is great to see. I hardly endorse that. He did find. I think one of the things that he pointed out was that. Stuart tried to change it to cosmology, and he said, my thing isn't cosmology. As soon as evolution came up, and he mentioned it, and then Aaron started talking about evolution, he's like, oh, well, let's switch to cosmology. And that's the thing that I sort of said in the side chat, that really he was just looking for a gap, and Aaron said as much. He said, as soon as they find out you're proficient in one area, they move to another. So in order for God of the Gaps to work, as sort of somebody pointed out earlier, you need a gap. So you try and find whatever gap the person has. Some things I noticed was that sort of the watchmaker argument came up a lot, sort of this whole argument from complexity kind of thing. Oh, it's complex, it must have had a designer kind of thing. The moral argument came up a lot, which I think Aaron, he sort of said, hey, touched on morals. I don't think that's his strong point. So I think that's where Stuart really wanted to go, was morality. And he sort of tried to sort of say, hey, this you've got no objective morality kind of thing. And it's sort of like, well, do you need why do you need objective morality? Why isn't just morality within a society good enough? It's very strange, this whole argument of, oh, there's objective morals, therefore God, because you can get objective morals from naturalism as well. So it's a really weak argument. The complexity argument's really weak. I'm sorry?
I wouldn't agree that you can get objective morals from nature. Objective means independent of a mind, right?
Well, I said naturalistic, not technically from nature, but you can sort of like I don't believe in objective morals at all personally, but you can make an argument that through evolutionary process, if you're sort of using morals as how to have your species survive in a evolutionary sense, then you could make an argument from objective morals, basically.
Yeah, that's the ontological premise, is that whatever normative standard we use to identify as morality is always going to be subjective. The way in which we define that word is subjective intrinsically. It happens to be the case that there are behaviors which are promotional to human well-being, health, and survival. Whether or not we call those behaviors moral is entirely mind dependent.
I agree with that as well, but some people have made the argument. Look, I'm just saying it's an argument that's out there. I'm not claiming
Mark is a
that's
moral
the case.
relativist too, so
I'm
he's just acknowledging
to be
that.
specific, I'm a meta-ethical relativist, so I don't.
I
think
thought this
there
was going
are
down
objective morals.
the T-jump route, and I've heard that enough.
No, but that's the kind of argument that I'm referring to. You can make an argument for objective morals through God, but you can make an argument for objective morals through naturalistic processes. I don't agree with that argument, but you can make an argument the same. So what that means is the whole idea that morals have to be objective, therefore God, doesn't follow, because you can say morals have to be objective, therefore naturalism as well. I'm not supporting that argument, KingXerxes, just to be clear.
I would flip it on the other end, and I would say even if there was objective morality, how could God be responsible for that? Because ostensibly God is a mind, so if he elects upon what is moral,
I agree,
amoral, that would still be
That would
subjective.
just be his opinion. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just making one point. Yeah. I'm not supporting these arguments that I'm referencing. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay, good. Where was I? He got into the origin of the universe and sort of asking, Aaron basically said the universe is eternal. I don't know that's true. It definitely is a something that physicists have proposed. I don't think I know where the universe came from. If it even did have a beginning, it could be eternal. Absolutely could be eternal. The whole idea that you can't explain the origin of the universe is an argument from ignorance, just another God of the gaps. And the one that got me, and this is where, yes, Stuart is more affable and better than Cliff, but Stuart's arguments, they rely a lot on personal anecdotes. This is what I've noticed about the man. Every 2 seconds when sort of Aaron came back and anybody refutes one of his arguments by saying, hey, but that doesn't work because of this, he goes off to, well, I know a woman and that woman did this and this happened. And it's like, what has that got to do with anything? It's just a personal anecdote. It's not evidence at all. I mean, it could be a form of evidence, but it's so weak. Why even call it evidence at that point? It just is something that I've noticed about Stuart. He loves his sort of stories from, this person he met or that person he met. And I don't think that's convincing in the slightest. But I'll leave it there. Sorry.
Mark, one quick thing. So I can tell you why Aaron said that the universe might be eternal. That is coming from he did a conversation with Sean Carroll, and Sean Carroll said that the consensus is now slowly shifting to the universe being eternal, as there is no reason to see that the singularity wouldn't have been eternal if you go back,
right,
and compress everything in a very small space. And I'm probably going to butcher this argument, but that would mean that a second in time would become an eternity. So you might as well say that the universe was eternal in that case.
Yeah, that's a fair argument. There are competing hypotheses, though. I don't think that is. I mean, that could well be slowly becoming consensus. I don't think it's consensus yet, but I could be wrong.
The biggest argument is that nothing is impossible. It's impossible for there to be nothing because it's
Right.
The moment it exists, it's going to be something. It's going to have characteristics. So, yeah, this is...
Yeah, but I mean, Krauss wasn't talking about nothing as in, sort of the nothing that you're talking about, the metaphysical nothing.
Aaron pointed that out.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did, and rightfully so. Yeah, absolutely.
But well, thank you,
But
Mark.
these were such old arguments. Like these arguments have been around forever. Definitely. It was just, theism's greatest hits.
Rehashing
the KingXerxes don't have particularly original arguments. It's been
points refuted 1,000 times.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Aaron did point that out.
Yeah, he did. Absolutely. And again, rightfully so. Yeah.
They try to present it in a more modern way every single time. So now the son has joined the team. He's probably going to have some new ways of presenting the same old arguments, but they're going to be the same old arguments. We did several shows on a book from that was distributed by the Mormons. Did we get here by creation or evolution? I think is the title. I have to look it back up. But that was a book from 1967, and that has all the arguments that are still in use today. So nothing has changed. There was we found one argument that I thought was original that I hadn't heard before, and I forgot what it was. But it's basically the same old shit.
Yeah.
All
right. Thank you.
So professional. Come on.
That's right. I think we can hear the music, but I'm sending love, KingXerxes. In fact, sending love. We have a whole bunch of content creators. You should be checking out Peter, KingXerxes, Mark Reid, and just Beamsy's ass. And we are going to bring on PTown and Leophilius.
Beamsy sent me a picture of his ass in Discord.
Before you go. We had a super chat come in. Someone
that's right.
Debate
give me 1
I don't think he even does debates, but I don't see why you wouldn't.
For $5. Amy, would you debate James from Modern Day Debate on the topic, does God exist? So I know that James is a Christian. He at one point did a lot of debates, or did some debates, but he is kind of backed off from that, has become kind of a full-time moderator. I would absolutely debate him on does God exist. I think we'd have a cordial debate. I think James Coons is an amazing human and individual, also sending love the sideshow and the entire MDD team, Surgeon General, Hannah, everybody out there. Yeah, and so I would absolutely debate him. I don't think he would debate, not because of me, but because I think that my joke is always, if you want to know what a religious person, whether they're liberal or conservative, they've probably already told you. But the moderates, they keep everything close to their chest. That's why you don't know that Dave Chappelle is a Muslim, because he doesn't talk about it often, even though he's been that for a 2 decades, if not now. Because to the moderates, they don't do a lot of that type of material. But I would absolutely do it. So to answer your question, yes. Yes. But sending love, James, Jay, and James Coons, and James W., all the Jameses in my life. Sending love, Jay, so much. And welcome on board also, Pat. I see Pat out there in chat. I see Gur out there. Yeah, sending Secular Pagan Mom, so the Freak. What is up? So many amazing people. Slicey Slice, everyone's still hanging with us.
A lot of skeptic
out
there.
Exactly. Will Stewart, what is up? And Jinx. Not sure James is one. I think he's just a cow finesse. Oh, look at you trying to roast yourself here. Sending so much love, Will.
He's a moderate.
And all right. P-Town, what is up? Ooh. Hold on 1 second. Actually, I'm going to do it because my kitty jumped up. Buttercup wanted to say hi. Okay, now that I've said hi to Buttercup, we can now go to P-Town for a third time. The third attempt, I'm sorry. P-Town,
First Amy wanting to talk about her pussy.
I will say I
Never
could
mind.
do it for days. P-Town, we are Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? What are your thoughts about the debate or the topic itself?
Yeah, hey everyone. Most of you know me. I'm P-Town, creationist, deist, Christian. I'm here in the atheist lion den until someone else wants to tap in. Someone better, I guess. The debate with Aaron and Stewart, it is hard for me to sit through. But I disagree with a lot of the folks on this panel. I believe that I think it's obvious that things like irreducible complexity, Peter would say
That's debunked.
that's not he would say that's not evidenced. It would be an argument,
No,
and I would say
it's not.
it's my
Not,
intro,
not
Peter.
evidence. It's debunked.
My intro. It's my intro, Peter.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I would say it's an argument against evolution. I think that there's plenty of it out there. When it comes to seeking truth, I think a huge part of it is a matter of not putting yourself in a box on how you approach it. Looking forward to having a good discussion and, backing up my opinion. I think, the Bible says that you can clearly see that, God made this world by the things that he made. And there's a lot of evidence for that, people. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, P-Town.
Thank you so very much, P-Town. Welcome on board. It is true, as Friendly Muslim would say, you are in the den of kittens. And keep on being on with us and having fun. Leophilius, what is up? We are Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the debate or the topic itself?
So I did actually get to watch this debate. This is why I like catching these things on in my feed from Amy, these midnight rantings, because I can always go to her description, because she actually links the debate, or at least she mentions what the debate is in the channel. Excuse me, the channel that it's being hosted on, so I can actually prepare by watching the actual discussion that's had. This one I thought wasn't a bad discussion. I think Aaron did fairly well responding to a lot of Stewart's points, pointing out how these are not meaningfully substantive points that aren't going to lead you to any sort of theistic or supernatural conclusion. I think he did well in effectively demolished Stewart's point with respect to irreducible complexity and intelligent design. I do wish he would have offered some more substantively positive arguments in favor of the notion that God does not exist. But aside from that, I think he did well in responding to Stewart's points. Stewart, I think it might have been Mark or somebody else said that that what we heard from Stewart was really just, the same old tired creationist, intelligent design arguments for God's existence, and that's largely what it was. But I wouldn't really expect much from Stewart. Just about the topic itself, does God exist? No, God does not exist. I think that there's a number of reasons that one can appeal to in favor of that notion. If we're talking about, like, say, classical Christian theism, which would be what I would suppose that Stewart holds to, I would just run an argument from evil or an argument from failure, and I think that's going to be sufficient to preclude the truth of classical theism. And if it's some form of non-classical theism, it's probably going to be so vague, so vaguely or so ill-defined that you can just preclude it in virtue of its complete superfluousness. Not to mention that I think that the positive arguments, the probabilistic arguments, the theoretical virtues arguments that exist out there in favor of specifically naturalism are enough to also discount theism. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you so very much, Leophilius. About to go into open. I saw someone say when I say the name, it sounds like Leophilius, as in feeling. Sending so much love, and to chat, and to like Beamsy and Gurb and KingXerxes, Sinister Porpoise, Jack Green, Secular Pagan Mom, Ian Davenport, gonna go for it. Everybody out there, and we are moving into the open discussion. Randolph Richardson, Pat, this is the girl deck that you're working with. I'm not counting, you're counting. We are Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist?
No.
Wait, is it
No.
open conversation now?
Yeah.
Why, yes,
Yep.
it is.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'd actually like to talk to PTown at the risk of making him angry with me. You sort of said that there's evidence of God through all of the things that God created. To my mind, that's kind of begging the question. You're sort of assuming that God made everything and then pointing at it and saying, well, look at the things God made.
Putting the horse before the cart.
It's really just tautological. It's saying, well, God made the things that God made.
So
Yeah,
let me
that's
try
kind of
and
what I'm alluding to, yeah.
I'll try and answer it this way. Let's say you discover a puzzle somewhere. Would a puzzle be an evidence that it was designed?
Yes.
And
No.
That would be my argument. In
Yeah,
terms
but-
of
but
if
the
you
thing
can
is-
show, if you can demonstrate that something has been made, then therefore there would be a creator.
Well,
And-
P-Town.
And before we go into the Xerxes,
P-Town.
I just wanted to apologize to Peter. I didn't mean to be rude to you, Peter, earlier during the intro.
I didn't take it that way. But I want to address this point because yes,
Well,
we can
okay.
find a puzzle. Hold on, wait a minute. We can.
I
find
did
a
say
puzzle
Xerxes. I cut Xerxes off.
That
Yeah.
isn't intelligently designed. If I smash a slab of rock, you will have a puzzle that isn't intelligently designed. That slab of rock could have just dropped from broken off from a rock, and then you will have a puzzle. You could see that as a puzzle. So no,
Yeah,
a puzzle
that's why I sort of said
doesn't-
depends which kind.
And I
Because
just
if a
wanna
rock falls
Yes.
off something,
Before
yeah,
it gets
jigsaw,
into the
basically.
weeds, I just want to say if a specific skeptic is, or atheist, whatever label, because P-Town may identify as skeptic, but just kind of give any other atheist like 3 questions. If they start going past 3 questions, you can butt in, but just let them go down a rabbit trail, at least 3 questions wide. Not literally, but just try to play by that so that P-Town doesn't feel like he's taking it from all angles, because that's my thing.
Sure.
Can I
love
respond?
questions.
If
I'll take it.
I would like to ask if someone starts
May-
attacking me, I would like a chance to defend myself. Like attack might not be the best word, but in some situations
Well, that's
it's hard to
Sure.
Yeah,
In
that's-
fact,
that's-
I would
that's
say
before
even
it
not
goes
attack,
around.
my general rule of thumb as a moderator is if someone name checks you or kind of hints at you in a way, it generally goes back to you as a response.
I don't want that much response. I mean, that would be lovely, Amy, but I know that I'm not. I don't need 50% of the time. I'm the only one here. That's
Oh, I got
Wait,
you.
you're not hoping.
What?
You're not hoping.
I'll
Can I respond to the puzzle analogy?
But I did. I think
I wanna-
Xerxes' turn
I wanna
because
ask one
I cut
question.
him off.
Yeah. Okay. So P-Town, why do you think that the default assumption should be that things which exist were deliberately created?
I get it. It always goes straight to this. It's where I start pushing back on Mark pretty hard. But I think that there should be no default
my.
assumption.
P-Town,
That's my
let me
belief.
ask you. Let me rephrase this. So your worldview is the theistic worldview. So you believe that God is the most default natural state of existence, right? Everything else is an artifice. It's a construction by God. But without God willing other things into existence, he just exists just so. So within your own worldview, right, the most default natural state of existence is a brute contingency. It's not something that was made to be the case. So I would say that there's no reason to assume that a particular thing, whatever object A was designed. The reason why we use these human comparisons like puzzles and cars and stuff like that is because we have actual experience with them being designed insofar as we designed them. If you try to use an example of a thing we didn't design, like a beaver dam, for instance, the only way you could ever tell the difference between a beaver dam and a dam that was the consequence of natural flooding is to have observed a beaver dam before to make that comparison. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that it's designed by beavers. It would just look like a normal dam.
Which that gets into the chat's $5 super chat. The Beamsy sent in, puzzles are made, we see them made. Show me when life has been made, then you do not have a leg to stand on.
Can I respond to the puzzle analogy?
I'll back down.
Do you want me to answer KingXerxes or?
I do want to separate that into. So, if you want respond to KingXerxes, we showed a super chat. So I want to actually, after you respond, to give a chance to respond to Beamsy. But then Leophilius is, after all of that rigmarole, he is the first one to get a new point.
After Xerxes, yeah.
Yes, and the super chat.
Well, I didn't want a new point. I wanted to respond to the point that PTown already made.
I just mean hand the
it's hard to suss
baton over to you, if you know what
okay.
I mean. And so, but PTown, if you wanted to respond to KingXerxes, it sounded like you said you wanted to.
Well, I try to. Sometimes my memory is not very good, so when I get multiple, I want to make sure I cover his. I don't know what brute contingency means, so hopefully I'm not missing part of your question.
Brute contingency is, I would say,
something that is some way that could have been otherwise, but that there exists no explanation for why it is the way that it is, rather than otherwise.
Okay. Regarding the beaver example and the dams.
Hold on. Quick interruption. Okay. I just got an email from Aaron, and he just saw my email. I sent him the link to join. So, Amy, if you would keep an eye on the back room,
we definitely
have time to come in, that you can bring him in the moment he shows up.
He always has the home here.
Press for time. Okay.
We'll throw everybody out for Aaron.
I think that's a decent argument, KingXerxes, when it comes to the beavers and the dams. Let's say you find a dam, we wouldn't have anything else to compare it to. That without the beaver, we wouldn't know what made it or if it happened naturally without a maker. But I think that there is evidence, natural evidence in things where that example wouldn't be applicable. Where you need, let's say, imagine a dam where there's, say, multiple components to it, where you can clearly see that it couldn't have happened naturally. It
all
had
dams
to
have multiple
have a
components.
creator. Sure.
At the very least, there's a body of flowing water and an obstruction, so there's at least two components.
And I'd like to. I'll go after you. Go, PTown. Sorry.
Well, when it comes to irreducible complexity, it typically refers to certain mechanisms in either the cells or in the animals themselves that both require each other or thousands of different components in order to create one mechanism. I think that a dam example with a beaver would be a bad comparison for such a complex argument.
Before we move on to irreducible complexity, can I respond to the puzzle analogy now?
Yeah, I just want to say that is not irreducible complexity, PTown.
So
the examples you just mentioned, that is not irreducible complexity. Irreducible complexity is
okay.
Certain.
Well, let Leo address the original question, I think, because he's been very patient.
In fact, because you all were being patient, I'll let Leo go next, but then I am going to do the super chat. But yes, Leo, floor is yours.
So the thing with the puzzle analogy is it's just like a watch. If you were to ask me, PTown, hey, if you saw like a pocket watch, would you think that's designed? Yes, of course. But the thing about this, and KingXerxes already alluded to this, the thing about this is, of course, these things are designed. But number one, we know who designed them, humans. And number two, we know they're designed not in virtue of any of the physical features of any of these objects, but we know that they are designed in virtue of our prior knowledge and our experience. We know that humans design watches. We know that humans make puzzles. So, it's not going to be the physical features of it. And so when we look at life, you're not going to be able to derive that it was designed by examining the physical features of it alone. We don't have any prior knowledge or experience of any intelligence designing life. In fact, many creationists and intelligent design proponents will argue that as far as we know, there is no intelligence that we have observed that has created life. Yet then somehow this is evidence that life must be intelligently designed. It's a rather bizarre argument, if you ask me.
It's important that I respond to this one if it's okay.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to talk after if that's all right.
Yeah.
Well, then we do have to
Leo,
do the super chat after.
Okay.
Leo,
Leo,
I'll wait for the super chat then.
Leo, I think you're missing the core importance of the argument, because it's I guess it would be, the method of logic would be deduction. If you can, the reason why that you look at this watch in the woods would be, it's not just because you know what a watch looks like, or it matches some property of things that you know that are made by humans. It's not just that. It's also that you know that from what you've observed, naturally can't make that by accident. And in this sense, I think that the most powerful thing about irreducible complexity isn't that it proves God necessarily directly. It's that it's a huge argument against evolution. I'll leave it at that.
Can I jump in, because this is one of my
Actually, no. Hold on one second.
I just wanted PTown to tell us what he thinks irreducible complexity is, because I don't think that he's understanding.
Yeah, that's a whole rabbit trail that we can go down.
Can you tell us what you think?
How about this? I'll allow it.
I'll do it. I'll try to do it quickly. It's like this.
Well, hold on. Before you say that, I'm just going to say there's going to be no follow-up. No follow-ups. There's only going to be me reading something back to P-Town. P-Town, what's irreducible complexity?
This is the very simple definition. It's when there's multiple parts that work together to create a mechanism, a function, whereby when you remove one of those parts, the whole function just won't work. That's the simple definition.
And okay, on that, we are going to. I'll give it to Peter, Mark, KingXerxes, Leophilius, James, anybody after this.
Mark said he wanted to go next.
Yeah, Mark sounds good. Mark is on the dock, but and the girl deck. We're all on the girl deck. On Beamsy for $5. Puzzles are made, and we can see them made. Show me when life has ever been made. Only then do you have a leg to stand on.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, P-Town? I think that's aimed at you.
Amy, put me in queue after Mark.
Sounds good.
And then we've got Duchess in the back.
Well, I think we already covered this, Beamsy. I get it. I get your argument, and I just think mine's better than yours. Sorry. I don't know what else to say.
But we're sending you love, Beamsy. Thank you so much for the love and support. And
Thanks,
keep
Beamsy.
on sending in those super chats, and we'll keep on reading them up on screen. But we are going to go very quickly and so that we can get Duchess on. It was Mark and then Peter, and then we're going to get Duchess in. But Mark, it sounded like that baton had you next.
Yeah, so what I wanted to add really quickly, thank you. What I wanted to add really quickly was that when you're talking about comparing two things, you're talking about comparing sort of natural things to things that have been designed, i.e. man-made things, and you use the puzzle as an example of the man-made thing, but you're not referring to the man-made thing. You're referring to something different about the puzzle from that is designed from other things that are not designed. The problem now comes that with a God worldview that created everything, there is nothing that is not designed. Everything has been designed. So why does the puzzle then stand out as something different against all the other things, trees, rocks, the wind, everything else that also was designed?
We do have
well,
Aaron back
I
there.
was
Is
going
it-
to
do you
say,
want me to-
PTown, I apologize.
Okay,
You
yeah,
have
let's-
30 seconds to do, though you're going to keep on having fun and open
Well,
discussion.
are you bringing?
but-
I was going to reference something that Aaron said. So if he's in the back, just let him on. I don't want to.
All right. So with that, we'll
give
get
his
you on
input.
in a second as well, Duchess of Clutches. We are just going to get Aaron in. Welcome, the one and only AronRa.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Midnight Ranting, indeed, on Does God Exist? Lovely to have you on. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, anything that you'd like?
No.
Once again, I think we're going to be ending
That's
the credits.
what I
We're
said.
just gonna we can pack up now.
Um,
Just gonna...
I mean, if P-Town wants to have an Evo Crevo debate, yeah, just let him and Arn go at it for a little bit. If
Oh,
the
boy.
conversation navigates to the Bible, I'd be happy to take over, but I doubt that's going to happen. So
By the way,
I will sit and listen to magic.
By the way, Xerxes, I did email MDD on your behalf.
You are a gentleman and a scholar. I thank you.
I just wanted to throw in that I can handle the natural theology if it goes in that direction.
Arn, your volume is a little low. Maybe you can bump it up.
And
just-
I am also. Oh my!
No,
That
his
was the
volume is
correct.
low on purpose so that we'll all shut up and listen.
I think that's the happiest your microphone has ever been, quite frankly, but never mind.
I was gonna say it's the happiest I've been tonight, and we are
And I just
going.
want to say it's good to meet you, Aaron. I don't think I've ever met you before, but it's good to meet you.
How do you do?
And I
Doing well.
feel like James and we can say this proudly. This is the third time that
Third time Aaron
Ra's
Ra's been on our channel. And every time it's great.
And
It's always great to have him on.
while we're also going to be shilling for his channel that Peter produces, we are also going to slowly be just kind of sneaking people in as well. So if you see yourself snuck in, don't mind your.
Right.
But yes, how did you think the debate went? I thought it was an awesome debate. I thought you did amazing.
Well, thank you. I was pleased that it went better than I expected it to. In a previous debate with this guy and his dad, it didn't go so well. It went so badly that I thought not that I wouldn't do this again. But the topic was just so easy, I couldn't resist it.
It's a cream puff.
What do you mean
Well,
by badly?
knock it out of the
What
park.
do
At
you
the
say?
start of the at the start of the show, I did say this. So the son isn't as antagonistic as the dad is, which usually
Yes.
makes for a bit better debate. Cliff tends to
He's kind of an
become
ass.
very aggressive when cornered.
Yeah. What
No,
I
he's
remember was-
just kind of an. Oh, I'm sorry.
What I remember was they would make like subtle digs constantly, little insults, and bits of dishonesty that I can't remember this verbatim because it's been a while. But when there's so many things that you have to correct and all of it has like little bits of little barbs in it, eventually you get irritated. And then when I show my irritation and I see their smiles, and they think they've been vindicated. No, I'm sorry. I can be a dick to you until you react. That doesn't mean I won.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
How
I'm
about the part
pretty
when they
convinced
mentioned Ken
some
Hopen
of them
when
just
texting with
do it
Matt?
to have you blow up on screen. That is the only reason why they would do it.
Stewart's texting Ken Hoven and Eric Hoven, I guess. We sussed out from that
And
debate.
creationists can be just so freaking passive aggressive. I'll take aggressive if people just say what they mean.
Yeah,
but just,
that's true.
Well, this debate didn't go at all like that other one.
Indeed.
And it in fact went a lot better than most of them do, because I get so fucking irritated about having them project their own shit onto me. You know,
he was walking on eggshells.
Sorry, no.
for part of the
Stop
debate.
trying to pretend that science is a faith-based belief. That is so fucking irritating. The thing I hate most in the world is faith. It's the most dishonest and auto-deceptive thing there is. Quit pretending that I have faith.
So I have a super chat aimed at Aaron. Have you had your celebratory beer over the eviction of 064520-17 yet?
2017, yep.
Thanks for reminding me. No, let me fix that.
Yeah. I think that's something to celebrate. I'm not sure if PTown would agree. I'm sorry, mate, but yeah,
and
we're
the
gonna
latest
celebrate over that one.
The latest news on that, he's currently on a 1-week ban with his newest channel.
Oh boy.
So that's probably going to go away sometime soon.
Basket
Again.
weaving official.
Okay, this could be my first time trying this one.
So I guess you could say
Legion.
I
That
guess we
sounds
could say
very
Ken
biblical.
Ken Hoven bought you a beer. It's the closest thing you'll ever get to it.
I don't know if you guys heard the other recent news, but apparently there's a pending federal investigation into Dinosaur Adventureland for harboring.
Right.
It's not taxes into harboring convicted sex offenders who are not allowed to be around children, despite the fact that Dinosaur Adventureland is targeted to children. So we'll see how that pans
Why
out.
do you think Matt Powell just picked up and ran like 2 weeks ago, bolted from the compound?
Yeah,
out of nowhere.
There's a reason.
Well, I'll tell you
these
what.
are the people claiming the moral high ground. That's
my thought is
meager moral fruits. It's right there.
Yeah.
My thought is, if you're a right-wing Republican conservative, you
You're
no
an
longer
idiot?
need to worry about criminal charges, not even for sex offenses, because our current DOJ doesn't care whatever the fuck you do.
That's appalling.
Yeah.
And I see that there is a theist backstage. I may be getting you back up, PTown. I just want to very quickly get in Duchess of Clutches and Randolph just to say hi, and then we're going to get in Free. So, Duchess, welcome. What is up? And this is our lovely Midnight Ranting. We are asking, does God exist? What are your thoughts about the debate or the topic itself?
Hi, everybody. It's great to see you all. Lots of new faces. I think no, obviously. I have a little spiel, but I'll just say hi for now. And
No, do the
yeah.
spiel. Please do the spiel.
I want the spiel.
What we're here for.
We all want the spiel. That's why it's called Midnight Ranting.
Yeah, you got to rant. You have to. It's in the
I'll
name.
be really brief. I mean, it's going to sound really simple, but I just don't think there's any evidence to believe in a God, especially not a personal God. At the end of the day, I think sorry, I'm getting sick, so my voice is like a little raspy. I think it'll go back to whether you believe the universe is too complex to be random and therefore requires a creator. However, that is just the way things are. That's all we've ever known. I may be able to get on board with kind of a creator of the universe type thing. However, like I said, still no evidence for that, but certainly not any of the Abrahamic religions. That concept of God, a personal God, the concept of original sin to me is disgusting. So I'm gonna go with no. Thanks.
I don't even know what it would mean for a mind to exist absent any sort of like external physical reality. What does that even mean? That's just what I want to know.
Why would you even have a mind without a body?
And
What
so
could a mind do without a body?
I'm
It couldn't
actually,
create.
because there's 9 people, I didn't notice we were just getting to our 10th. I'm going to go in order. I am going to go Free and then Randolph, and maybe we'll figure out a slot in between. We'll get a free. But we're going, I do want to send off Randolph Richardson's stream while he's hanging out with us. You should all be checking out youtube.com/Randolph Richardson with a OLF, not the spell check. And as enjoying the Fortnite streams that Taco and all of us go on, including KingXerxes and Peter and all of the lovely people here. But we are going to get, I want to get PTown some backup, and it is the order that you joined in. And so, Free, welcome to Midnight Ranting. We are talking about, does God exist? What are your thoughts? And it was the debate, modern day debate inspired by AronRa and Stuart. What are your thoughts about the debate itself, the topic, or anything to talk about?
First of all, I'd like to say hi to everybody on the panel. Some I have seen before, like KingXerxes, that I've seen on some other live streams. I'd like to say hello to AronRa. Nice to say hi to you finally.
Aaron, yeah.
Aaron. I said it right then, Aaron.
You said
Aaron.
You said Aaron.
Did I apologize. I apologize. I do have a speech.
Hey, Ron.
And that's me when I have errands to run. That's me every day.
But anyway, I was raised Christian, believed in the young Earth creation stuff. I was following KH for a little while. I don't even want to say his name anymore.
06/45/2017.
That's too many numbers for my brain to remember.
He may acquire a new inmate number in the near future.
And he'll remember it easily because he'll be making license plates, and so I'll have to print that often probably.
But when it comes down to debating young Earth creation versus evolution, I look at it more in a storyline that one side, they already have their story finished, and the other one's still writing their story. If
What
you
does
follow
that
along,
even mean? It is a story so much. I mean, there's obviously a sequence of events, and you could portray that as a story. But the difference that I see is that one of them is an investigation, and the other one is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah. Well, I can see the foregone conclusion, but when you break, the supernatural of being a theist from, the natural man doing the science, there is a belief to it on the theist side, but there isn't one on the science side because it can be reproduced in the world that we live in.
Yeah, you have to get into the subtlety of what these people mean by belief. Now, believers mean make believe. They're gonna believe that regardless whether it's true or not. If I say that I believe something, it means that this is what I think is true, or most likely true, or closest to the truth, but I don't know it because I don't have the evidence to show it.
Yeah,
but that's a very different context than what believers use. So I just stopped using the word believe altogether.
Can I just say that I think that this dichotomy in and of itself is just patently ludicrous. I mean, even if evolution were inexplicably proven demonstrably false tomorrow, how many creation myths are there? A couple 100,000? Like, does any one in particular get vindicated over the rest? I mean, that's silly. The lack of an explanation does not vindicate some alternative make-believe nonsense. So, like, I don't know why creationists spend so much time trying to debunk evolution. I understand that
they don't have a model.
Creationist, yeah, well, I mean, that's
they have nothing but poking holes in evolution.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that if they're a young Earth creationist, right? The only that's the only reason you would have beef with evolution. Like, evolution in and of itself doesn't invalidate the existence of God. It might pose some pretty interesting theological questions, but it's not something that's it's not a knockdown. So if you were a young Earth creationist, then yeah, evolution is problematic for you, but so is every other field of physical science, and they're first in line. You've got quite a bit of fighting to do before you even get to evolution. So I don't understand the focus on that.
The way
I shouldn't say it.
I think was proven wrong tomorrow. Creationism was already proven wrong yesterday.
Yeah. Well, but I will say that I think one of the reasons.
out quickly, just quickly. You've said that one story is complete and the other one isn't finished, right? And that was part of your explanation. If you've got an event happening, like a crime or something, and one detective comes up with a complete story and another one is trying to investigate, that doesn't make the person that comes up with a hasty assessment of it any more correct. It's going to be the person that has the most evidence and has the most amount of investigation that's going to be the correct one, not the person that's made a foregone conclusion.
And I just want to interrupt to show a $5 super chat. Once again, I believe the world-renowned philanthropist Beamsy is saying, so, Arn, do you think you will ever come across and join in the worship, the one truth that we all know, that the fine curves of that ass?
That's his religion that he promotes on our channel.
What is he, an ass Safarian or something?
Something like that. Very close.
Something like that. Yeah. He worships that.
Aaron, there was one thing you said in the debate that caught my attention, and you were saying if there were a creator, we would expect simplicity.
Yeah,
that would be evidence for. And I thought that was
well. Didn't Aaron say efficient simplicity or like something?
Simplicity, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't just simplicity.
Biochemistry is extremely inefficient and grotesquely complex.
Right.
So, there's a lot of different systems,
my history of this science is not the best, I imagine, but from my perspective, throughout time, for example, when we first discovered the simple cell, they called it the simple cell, right?
Well, that's only because it was simple in comparison to complex cells.
And now it's off to college. Time flies.
Well, once we develop the microscope and we really look at it, we find out it's more complex. And I think that the assumptions of the evolutionists of the time, would point towards just this simple cell, how easily this little blob of junk could just evolve, right?
So right out of the gate, PTown, right out of the gate, you're already conflating abiogenesis and evolution, right? Evolution only functions once life is already here. So if you want to make some sort of case or argument for how life got here, I mean, abiogenesis, well...
I wasn't talking about abiogenesis, and I was talking to AronXerxes.
Well, that's what you're talking about.
It is an open room.
Is the development of the first single cells is abiogenesis.
I didn't say first. I wasn't...
Hey, question,
Aaron. The thing you were going to say.
I wasn't talking about abiogenesis.
Okay.
Yeah.
So say what you were going to say, or what you meant to say.
Well, I would say that if you look back in time, if you look at the history of science, they would say that the argument about simplicity was an argument against there being a creator, in essence, towards pushing for evolution. Because here we are, we think that we're so smart now that we can discover these things, and we have an alternative explanation for them. And it was interesting to hear you have it's the first time I've heard it, an argument for simplicity of complexity actually pointing towards evolution. And so if there were a creator, you would presume that simplicity would be a better example. But I think there's lots of examples, Aaron, and things out there where the evidence would point in another direction.
Give me an example.
Off the top of my head would be, okay, let's say the woodpecker. Like I don't know if it's all woodpeckers, or if it's a particular type of one. I'm not sure, but
you talk about the one that has the birth defect, where the tongue has to wrap all the way around its head.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and you want to claim that as evidence of an intelligent designer that fucked that shit up so bad that the bird has to go through this extreme overcompensation for this birth defect. That's a god.
Well, here I'm learning from you. I think that it would not. I would presume that it wouldn't be a birth defect, since that tongue that wraps around its head actually provides a cushion for its brain when it's pecking on wood. And my argument to you, Aaron, is you believe it's a birth defect, which is surprising because that actually is not what I was expecting, but my argument would have been that you believe that that slowly evolved, right? Whereas I clearly believe that God made
Yeah,
it.
we have woodpeckers that don't have a tongue wrapped around their brain, and then we have that one that does, and so we've got that one that's clearly distended, and whereas instead of just dying because it now has an unusable tongue because it grew the wrong way, it also grew a long way, and so now it has an extra long tongue, so it can still use it even though it wholly unnecessarily wraps around its head without providing any cushion for the brain. That's just an excuse they give it. The brain still inside the skull has fuck all to do with the tongue wrapped around it.
Maybe you can correct me on my knowledge with this. Is it because you're describing it as it being wrapped around, but I thought it was just wrapping behind the brain.
No, it's wrapped around.
So wrapping around the skull is the one with the. But what about the ones that are normally don't have birth defects where it's just it goes around behind the back of the skull?
Then
that
it's
is
like
used
so
for
many
cushioning.
other animals that use the head butting technique and don't have that birth defect.
Sure. Okay, so let's talk about those ones then. You still believe
woodpeckers, or you want to also talk about goats and big sheep?
Okay, well, I mean, you can take this conversation whichever direction, but you asked for an example, and I wanted to give you one.
Okay, and I'm waiting.
Well, I forgot even which question I was answering. No, I think that
there were a number of instances where complexity implied a designer.
Well, what about the flagellum?
Providing an example of that, you gave me this bass-ackwards, awkward birth defect that this animal had to compensate for, and managed to do and still survive, and you want to credit an intelligent designer for that mess.
Well, here, I remember my point when it comes to this. So you have the long tongue on the woodpecker. I would guess from your argument, a simpler design wouldn't be to use the tongue to go all the way around the back of the head and out. It would be to have two separate mechanisms, one for a cushion that cushions the brain and the other one for the tongue.
The tongue doesn't do that.
Okay, well, let's move to another one then, because maybe my knowledge of the subject is poor. What about the flagellum? I think that it's a tiny little bug, basically, and when we look at the motor that causes it to swim through, I mean, you're more familiar with the flagellum than I am.
Yeah, I also read a scientific study on the evolution of the flagellum. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm getting that confused. That was the evolution of the ATP synthase.
Well, the
Another
bacterial
one
flagellum was the one in the
If you guys don't mind, I have a picture or a diagram of the whole tongue thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll just talk just quickly about the Kitzville versus Dover, which was where they had the trial about intelligent design, and specifically they brought up the bacterial flagellum, and they actually showed how it evolved from a pump sort of structure that had existed previously. Secretory system, thank you. So basically it wasn't irreducibly complex. It had evolved from something else.
Yeah.
And
as Darwin explained, the eye is not irreducibly complex.
Well, I don't know where all this is going to go, Arn, but there's. I didn't mean to cut anyone off. Sorry. There.
I will say, so make your comment, PTown, and then Arn can have a response, and then we're going to share a screen for KingXerxes.
Don't worry,
he wants to.
It's on my
share
camera
the
right
whole
now.
woodpecker thing. Yeah,
it's right there. You can see.
But Arn wants to move on from that. So
I don't care. I'm happy to chase down whatever rabbit hole you like.
Okay, here's a rabbit hole.
Take the red pill and the blue pill at once, and just have a fantastic time.
And then let's go to a rave, baby.
Exactly.
All right.
Oh yeah.
There's one question that.
Beer, by the way, is it good? The Legion beer.
There's a number of people probably really hoping that I would ask this question. I'm not looking at the chat, but I assume they would. See, in order to explain where I'm coming from to the atheist crowd, I will give an example like this. I believe that God made the sun and the moon and happened to make those things the same size from our vantage point, Aaron. And we can observe this when those two things align with our eyeballs. I believe that a solar eclipse, in essence, is an example of how God made this world. I believe I would go as far as say it's evidence in the sense that it doesn't provide a direct purpose. Now we can argue about that, but it's there just for us to be able to see it. What would you consider my viewpoint illogical, or I'll just let you go with
Just
but completely
incorrect.
irrational, unwarranted. But we'll ignore all that for a moment. Let's just pretend that you're absolutely right. That there's a magic imaginary man, or excuse me, a magic invisible man, same thing, who's basically has all the powers of a genie and sits outside of time and space. Which, if he exists outside of reality, that means he does not exist within reality. But whatever. So this guy says abracadabra and poofs things out of nothing just to create things, and then he can do absolutely anything he wants except say hello for whatever reason. That's the one thing that's outside of his capacity. Nobody can bring him forward to actually give testimony in Congress or anything, because that's the one thing he can't do. But he can help you find your keys. Let everybody starve in Asia, but he can help you find your keys and help your team win if they won. But if they don't win, then the Lord works in mysterious ways, because we make all kinds.
My team did win. We won the Super Bowl because God.
But let's just say that there's this invisible genie who really did abracadabra these things exactly the way you described. What then does that have to do with the demonstrable fact that we are evolving apes and the Bible is man-made mythology with no proof, with no truth in it?
I would like to just, and I mean this as nicely as I can, Aaron. The fact is you didn't answer my question. You deflected from it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please correct me.
Well, I really genuinely want to know if me seeing a connection between the sun and the moon being the same size from our vantage point, is there a chance that God made it that way for us to see?
No.
And
can I just point out
why?
PTown? Cool. For one, it's not right. The sun is so bright that you can see the halo right around the moon when it eclipses. But if you were to look through a welder's mask, for instance, okay, they're not the same size even from our vantage point. The moon looks significantly larger. If it wasn't for the halo or the aura of the sun, you wouldn't see the sun at all. But can I also point out that solar eclipses happen several times a year, and most of them happen over the open ocean where nobody's around to see them?
Yeah.
Well, and if it's okay with you, I would prefer not to go down the rabbit hole of those arguments, because I've been down those arguments.
Wasn't it?
Can I say something quickly?
No, because I think it's a fact that God made, or I should say God made, that the sun and the moon are about the same size from our vantage point.
Holy shit. Can I say something about that?
But I just really don't want to refute all of these right now, because it'll distract the conversation we're having.
Hold on, P-Town. If that was the case, why did God make it so that you can't even look directly at the sun without going blind? Like, if he wanted us to see it, then why can't we look directly at the sun?
You might be the same person where I've already dealt with.
Can I comment on this whole sun thing before we move on really quickly?
I really think this is a bad idea
between P-Town and Arn, because I think
because this is also an open room, and there is something I want to say, because there have been some wrong things said.
Because Arn has the least amount of time.
James,
we not.
I'm going to give you.
Other people are chiming in. We'll let Leo say something real quick.
So, number one, the moon doesn't cover all of the sun, because you can still see the corona, and the corona is part of the sun, so they're not the same size. Number two, they haven't always been the same size. Go back about 1 billion years, and the moon was significantly larger in the sky than it is today. And in 1 billion years, it will be significantly smaller. We happen to live in a time where they are roughly the same size, because KingXerxes is right. They are not exactly the same size from our vantage point. They are roughly the same size, and that's interesting for us. But that's not evidence for the existence of a God.
For the sake of time, I'm not going to refute both of these guys.
P-Town,
the point. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to get in really quickly. I think, to me anyway, it sounds like you're looking up, making an observation, and then ascribing your own personal meaning to it. But I think that's pretty much the same thing as what our ancestors did when they looked up the sky and saw a comet and thought that bad weather was going to come, or thought that crops weren't going to grow, or that they had to sacrifice another virgin, in a volcano. Like, it's just kind of
confirmation bias.
Yeah, there's lots of things that we'll ascribe our own meaning to, but that doesn't mean it doesn't.
Out of
anything
respect to
objectively.
Aaron, I'm gonna try to answer his question
Sure, go
from
ahead.
a little while ago.
Go ahead.
If I can remember it properly. You were saying if this genie god actually did all these things, why wouldn't he communicate with us better?
That's not what I said.
Okay, I apologize. So maybe if you want to just say it
All right,
again.
so let's assume that your God really exists, and that your God that natural processes that created the sun and the moon and the earth by the scientific methods that we're aware of didn't really happen. It was all abracadabra. That doesn't change the fact. The existence of your God would not change the fact that we are evolving apes and that the Bible is man-made mythology with no truth in it. How do you deal with that?
I'm going to go to the man-made mythology part because I think, quote, today I wrote this down, and then I'll go to the apes part, if that's okay, Aaron. No one, so let's go. It's the Bible is crap. I didn't write everything down. Ignorant savages who didn't know anything ever.
Yep.
Okay.
Accurate.
Ignorant, bigoted, superstitious savages.
I could have. I'll skip the rest of. I won't go. But you got some, funny sound bites there. Aaron, I believe that the Bible. You can demonstrate that the Bible is divine. I believe that it's encoded, that it predicts the future.
All right.
I think you can do that.
Let's just ignore everything that we've already proven that it got wrong, and we'll just pretend that none of that ever happened. We know that it did, but we're just going to just ignore that for the moment because it smells bad. And we'll pretend that it can predict the future. Okay, give me an example.
Okay, and I just want to first let you know that it's not just one thing here or one thing there. It's the number of examples that make it relevant, right?
That you won't
So I'll
be
give
able
you.
to produce.
So
what's the best one? Just
give
start.
me
one. You already know, Mark. I'm not going to give you the best one. I'm not going to fall for that trap. I wanted to set that foundation on because it's important because there's lots of things the Bible says.
Okay.
But if you look at Jonah when he's in the fish under the sea, he says there's mountains in the sea. I'm not saying that's significant. I'm saying that he's describing him being between the roots of the mountains at the deepest part of the sea, and it's consistent with what we observe. Okay,
and
but it also
back then.
They couldn't go look at the bottoms of the sea.
They know what islands are, right? I mean, how stupid were these people?
Okay, well, go look at a globe and you might see what I'm referencing. But there's a whole lot of.
I don't have
in
to
my
look at
mind.
a globe to understand people who have seen floods and receding water lines, who have seen lakes dry up in their own lifetimes. They know what an island is.
Yeah, they were ignorant, not stupid.
Yeah. Now, if they were stupid, if they believed that a man lived 3 days inside a fish.
I set you up for that one, Arn.
Well, to be fair, the Bible says.
Hey, real quick.
Yes, in fact, you're going to have the last point unless you ask a question, in which case a skeptic or an atheist will have the last point, and then we're going to get Randolph Richardson in.
For young, I used to be a young Earth creationist. I think their missing link is the eukaryotes. They can't get past the eukaryotes. We're all eukaryotes. Looking into that, I don't have much knowledge into it. That's why I like listening to AronRa when he talks about them because I learned so much about them. But if you could, Aaron, could you just touch on the eukaryotes a little bit?
Okay.
Eukaryotes, not prokaryotes.
It's Aaron.
Eukaryotes, I think.
Sorry. I'll get it right here in a minute.
The bigger question on we always hear about the origin of life thing, but the bigger question is not the origin of life. The bigger question is the origin of eukaryotes, because they're quite a different cell than bacterial cells. All eukaryote cells, the vast majority of almost all eukaryote cells, actually incorporate bacterial cells. Your mitochondria are rickettsia bacteria that have been subsumed in a endosymbiotic relationship. And plants, which diverged after the separation with animals, not only have mitochondria, they also have cyanobacteria, which have become their chloroplasts. So plant cells have both bacterial rickettsia bacteria and cyanobacteria running them. And this was a process of endosymbiosis where the dominant cell engulfs the smaller cell, and rather than killing it, that smaller cell produces energy and then ends up producing energy for the dominant thing, which then becomes dependent upon that energy. And so most animal cells will have 2 mitochondria bacteria in it. And so they've become quite addicted to that. And so the mitochondria just pay their way. And so they get to do whatever they want, and their landlords are perfectly happy with them.
In reference,
I'm sorry, what?
In reference to the last point about the underwater mountains, the Hindu Vedas also describe underwater mountains, as well as ancient Greek mythological texts. The Book of Jonah was written somewhere around the 6th century BC, maybe a little bit after that. The Vedas were written around 1800 years before that. So the Bible isn't presenting knowledge that primitive people weren't already aware of.
Yeah, if you want some real scriptural wisdom that was ahead of its time, read the Bhagavad Gita. Lord Krishna went so far beyond Jesus. He didn't just say that he was a representative of God. He said he was God. Krishna said that he was everything that Christians imagine Jesus to be, but that Jesus never said that he was. Krishna not only said that he personally created the world, he said he created the universe, and he went much beyond that. In the Bhagavad Gita, as it is translated from the Sanskrit that Lord Krishna declared that he created the multiverse. And this is at least 6 centuries before the time ascribed to Jesus.
Okay, well, regarding multiverses, Aaron, did you say that you believe that the universe is eternal?
Wait a minute.
Actually,
PTown.
before any of you get comments, I at least have to bring them in because it'll keep on going. I want to actually say, sending love to Duchess of Clutches. There is only 10 slots. However, Gizmo, who you can see right down there, has trained James and myself in production, so we don't mind just standing behind the scenes and pressing the shiny buttons. So if anyone would like to come on, including
I can duck out if you need someone to.
Oh, no.
That's fine.
But we're good right to shit. We're sending love. We actually have Randolph Richardson. We are Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? Welcome. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we talk about?
Well, thank you very much. I don't want to interrupt the flow of the current conversation, so I can talk a little more after. So, hello to everybody. It's good to see you. I haven't had much chance to be on lately, so it's great. Hi, Aaron. Hi, I'm Peter.
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Leophilius.
Yeah. So,
good to see you too.
Forgive Leophilius. He's a scientist. They tend to be nerds.
P-Town, before you move on, I would like you to address what I said, that we have ample examples. That's a little bit of an alliteration. A litany.
Can you give me a sample of an ample example?
Yes. Of
Did he just trample on your
trample on your temple.
Yeah, we have a litany of examples of antecedent mythological texts and even some like historical texts detailing underwater mountains written centuries, if not millennia, prior to the story of Jonah. So the story of Jonah is not predicting anything that we would discover in the future, but rather it's relaying commonplace information to people of that time. The other thing I would point out is that water is transparent. So if you're in a particular area of the ocean that's especially clear, you can see several hundred feet down. You can see the mountains under the water, especially if they're big mountains.
Let me
But
try and
not if you're
clarify.
in Ocean City.
Let me try and clarify why it's not just that part that I find significant. That's why I set the foundation for. There's a lot of different parts that fit together. Just so you know, most of the ocean is flat.
Okay, well, just
when you
understand
go, let me
that's
finish.
why.
Let me finish covering all of these things.
I just want some recognition. You say there's a lot of parts that fit together. The first one didn't fit.
So
let's get acknowledgement of that one first.
Oh, it's you, Aaron. Okay, so look, what I was talking about wasn't that they're just mountains. It's that he was in the deepest parts between the roots of the mountains. If you look at a globe, you can or do some
Are we talking about
oceanography.
now?
Yeah, and if you pattern this with there being with the whole idea of there being a global flood, there being remnants from that event, of there being springs in the
Which
sea,
we can prove
of there
never
being
happened, by the way. We can
what I'm saying is
prove that did not happen. We know for certain.
In your mind, Aaron, sure.
In
But what I can say
reality,
is that the
we can
Bible did
prove-
predict these things in
But we
advance,
can
which I
prove
can
that
prove.
didn't happen in reality, not just in my mind, but in your mind, we can prove that didn't happen.
Well, I can prove that the Bible described these things in advance.
Yeah,
so whatever you want
you
to
actually
have in your
cannot
mind
do
is
that.
up to you, Aaron.
You actually cannot do that, but I have already past tense proven that the global flood did not happen, and I can prove it also to your satisfaction. The global flood did not happen. We know that for absolutely certain, no question about it. So if you're going to base any of your apologetics on the flood, I suggest you start over.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I can demonstrate that there's certain things that the Bible says that
No, I bet
only
you
man
can't.
has relatively recently discovered,
Says something.
in
What's
this
one?
sense that it's an argument that supports the Bible. Whether or not, I don't know. I wasn't there. Were you there then? Or
I
a
don't
1,000
have to
years
be.
ago, Aaron?
I don't have to be. We know, we have evidence. Not only was the flood impossible, but that even if it was a miraculous, magical event, even if God said, "Fuck the laws of physics, I'm going to do this anyway," we still have evidence that it didn't happen, even if it was a miracle.
I'm actually going to go to a super chat. Nitty's also coming. Nitty has to give when he sees PTown with the Apostles of Deconstruction. Thank you so very much, Nitty. Sending you so much love right back.
Thanks, Nitty. I don't know if PTown knows, but AronRa did like a definitive 8-part series on the flood. It's one of the most comprehensive video series debunking the Noah's flood from multiple different lines of evidence that we know it didn't.
I needed to include one more. I should, because I never attacked the ark itself until a recent video. But that there should be a 10th or there should be a 9th episode of that. I need to link the one on the ark itself.
How
Because
boat building disproves the flood.
We've had at least a half a dozen livestock carrying ships using modern 21st century technology that have all failed for the same reason: drowned everybody, because in a not global inundation situation under regular seas, engines failed, which means that the boat has no propulsion, which means that the rudders that the ark wouldn't have had anyway were useless because there's no propulsion and no means of steering. So the waves turn the ship sideways to the waves and then flip it over and kill everybody. What would have instantly happened with the global flood. Then there's the issue of ventilation. Every livestock carrying ship has at least a couple of dozen massive fans churning air out of the underhold so that they can try to keep some circulation going. But in the biblical fable of Noah's Ark, and we know what fable it is, and we know what it was adapted from and all of that, that we were told that 8 people with a ladder and a bucket were somehow able to funnel enough shit out of the one window that they were allowed to have that everybody didn't die of methane poisoning on this first fucking day.
Well, the window,
would have been a
part was
floating
accurate.
floating bottom.
And he was 600
The
years old.
bucket, the bucket and the ladder, I think that was added, but the window part was right.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
I did
also,
think the crap argument was pretty funny, Aaron. I'll be honest with you, I think I've seen that one actually. I didn't like
Wait, P-Town, are you
some of the
saying
things though.
that his argument about crap wasn't crappy?
I thought it was funny. No, but
you saying the arc is full of shit?
I'm sorry, continue.
I'll be honest, I didn't think about the poop until I watched Aaron's video, and it was pretty funny.
Well, and
I'll tell you what I
also-
didn't like, Aaron. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there's also like wooden barges exist about that size, but because of the way that the waves affect them and the length of the beams as the wood twists and lets water in, all of those barges have bilge pumps. They have to have bilge pumps constantly running in order to get the water out. You can't tell me that 8 people are bailing with buckets to get the water out of a barge that size. There's no way.
And taking care of all these animals at the same time.
Yeah, Mark, I
Right.
got to
And
say,
navigating the vessel.
yeah, there was never a wooden craft that was even 1/3 the size of the Ark. The Ark in the Noah's Ark story is 3 times bigger than it is physically possible to build a boat out of wood.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. There was.
You're right. It's 5 times larger than it's possible to build a boat out of wood.
Well, I mean, there is a maximum size to a wooden boat before the beams
Yeah.
become so long that the separation between them lets in too much seawater. I believe Bill Nye even touched on that in his debate against Ken Ham. And I believe that it is true that the dimensions of the Ark exceed the length of the ship used in Bill Nye's example, which would seem to indicate that the same would happen for the Ark as well.
Yeah.
Point of clarification: there have been bigger wooden boats, but they have steel braces.
Yes.
No, there has never been a bigger wooden boat.
Yes.
The largest wooden ship ever built was 1/3 the length. I said 1/3 the size, but I forgot about the width and the height. So on one dimension only, the largest wooden craft ever built was 1/3 the length of Noah's Ark, and it tore itself in half as soon as the seas began to be choppy.
Damn.
No, there was the Wyoming. It was like
That's
a
it.
schooner.
That's it, with
Now-
7
that was it.
masts. A 7-masted schooner that, because
But
it
the
was
Ark-
so long, tore itself in half.
That was
But wasn't the
140
Ark
meters.
built from gopher wood, which has different
You know what
properties?
shit would gophers make?
Nobody knows
Maybe that's
what
the same
gopher
wood they
wood
made the
is.
TARDIS with. You know, bigger on the inside.
The problem
I
is
think-
nobody knows what gopher wood is. To this day, we've got no idea what kind of wood they meant by gopher wood.
So,
nobody knows what it is.
I think the Wyoming was the same length. I think it was 450 feet, but it wasn't nearly as wide or nearly as tall. It was
Okay,
a lot flatter.
There's somebody that I'm talking with right now, and I realize there's a whole panel of people, and I want to be respectful of that, but I also want to be respectful of this one guy's time, and he's not trying to argue against everybody. So is it P-Town I'm
yeah.
talking with? Is that who it is?
P-Town, yes.
Okay. P-Town,
Oh, it was-
you suggested the position of the sun and the moon, and that turned out to be an invalid argument. You suggested another thing about the Noah's Ark, or that supported the global flood theory, and we, for almost infinite reasons, we know that the global flood never happened. Is there anything that actually matters to you that you pin your belief on?
Sorry, I was just saying hi to my daughter. I haven't seen her for a day.
How old is she?
There's a lot of. She's about to turn 4 here in a couple months.
About to turn 4.
She spent her first night away from mommy and daddy last night. So
No. Well,
Which isn't-
congratulations. You're going to miss this time for the rest of your life.
yeah, try to soak it in.
Yeah. My daughter is a total badass. She's a military.
know you-
veteran. I
didn't know
really
you
can't
had
extol
kids.
her virtues enough. I used to make fun of her when she was a teenager because she was so a teenager, but she grew into this serious badass, and she just turned 35.
Oh wow, I'm 34. So put that in perspective.
Yeah, and funny thing, I bought her a ball python a couple of months ago because she hasn't had a snake in a long time, not since she lived with me. And immediately she went to a reptile convention with me and bought a whole bunch more, and now she's breeding ball pythons professionally.
Is that one your favorite?
No, not
That
at
was
all.
you're the.
I mean, I got a bunch of snakes in this room, but very few of them. The ones over there are ball pythons.
But can I ask you, of all of the
I
snakes
think
that
boa
you've
constrictors
had,
are cooler.
have they ever tried to tempt you with eating a fruit of knowledge of good and evil?
Yeah, I was about to
Have any of
ask,
them
do
ever
you have the
spoken?
serpent?
Haven't found one that could talk yet.
Anyway,
if one of your snakes,
for reference, I put up the picture comparing the Wyoming to Noah's Ark. It was a lot shorter than the Ark was.
You're right. It's not one. Is that? Oh no, I was looking at the Mayflower, wasn't I? Or no, the Santa Maria. Yeah, the Wyoming was at least half the length, but certainly not the width and the
Right.
all of that.
So
Anyway,
size-wise
PTown, distracted enough. I apologize. Is there anything that any of your arguments that you could present that actually matter to you?
They all matter to me a lot.
Okay, so
so
you've already changed your mind when you realized that the sun and the moon thing was an invalid argument, and claiming that Noah's Ark was that anything based on Noah's Ark. Well, we didn't have a Noah's Ark. Well, never mind. I guess I'm all wrong then. You've changed your mind twice so far.
Of course not.
Okay, so is there anything that could do that for you?
Of course, I do have a skeptic mind.
No, you don't. You're a believer. You're the anti-skeptic.
I used to be an atheist. I've always had a skeptic mind.
How did you think?
I know you've heard that
then?
before. Well, to be honest with you, I didn't study it too much. I presumed it to be true. I presumed it to be true at the time.
Self-centered. You used to not think about science at all, and then you kind of always believed there was a God. And so, just like Kirk Cameron, you suddenly started talking to him, and what a surprise! He started talking back. Just like if you start talking to Daffy Duck long enough, he'll start talking back.
It doesn't quite work like that.
It actually does work exactly like that. Make up. Try this as an experiment. Make up an imaginary friend, or have one of us make up an imaginary friend for you, and start talking to him every day. Inside of 6 months, he'll start talking back. It could be Wilson the volleyball, and he'll start talking back.
Or for the record, I would love God to talk to me in the image of Daffy Duck or whatever duck, but I haven't been given that privilege. I think God communicates with me in different ways.
Peter, God was going to communicate.
I'm sorry, I just saw Peter stuff a cigarette into his mouth.
Oh my!
I can't believe you still smoke. You're European. It's the 21st fucking century.
That's my only sin, Arn. I can't give that up. Maybe I need a God
really
to help me give that up. But that is my only sin.
I've quit smoking. I'm 18 days without a cigarette, and Peter was triggering me, saying
there's
smoke
nothing
on the camera.
There's nothing wrong with smoking.
Yeah.
It just depends on what you're smoking.
Well, I am going to just bring up. Oh my!
That's Leophilius.
That is also very
lights up a crack pipe.
PSA, but also a $10 super chat from.
I completely fucked up Leophilius.
You broke Leo.
There's nothing wrong with smoking. I'm just going to die after taking one drag.
We wrecked Leo.
If Leo dies on camera, that'll be the not smoking PSA for the rest of eternity.
Right. You ain't joking until you're choking. Just remember that one.
I was gonna say, Leo, you can't be the first person who dies on what you're smoking. Please don't. They'll make PSAs of you forever.
You see these pictures they're sharing now?
Don't let the conservatives turn me into a fucking whatever the fuck it is that they call it. Yeah. Fuck those motherfuckers.
But $10 super chat from Satan's Little Helper. I also like satin 50% softer. My brain is hurting so bad. I just watched the debate between Jesse Lee Peterson, debates AronRa That happened 5 months ago. I assume you still have the headache. I understand. Help me.
Well, no, wait, hold up. You debated Jesse Lee Peterson?
Did someone call
Like you
me?
actually debated JLP?
Who?
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh, wait. Is that the guy? Is that the guy?
So Aaron, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Do you love black people? It's that guy. The black guy that's the conservative that
Sounded like he was about to show up for a second.
has a really weird voice. Yeah. Peter's got it.
He's here. I'm doing the
I
show.
suspect
I'm here. Y'all bait us.
I haven't seen the debate, but I suspect that it was amazing.
He asked one
Amazing.
question, 350
That's
times,
amazing.
and I tried to explain to him the answer, and he just kept repeating the same question. He was.
Is this on
Sounds
his
about right,
channel?
yeah.
It's on his channel.
Have you guys?
I'm asking.
seen the,
Is it? Because I don't know. I haven't seen this. I didn't know about this.
Yeah,
he
I
broadcast
what's
the
it.
question?
He was proud
Okay.
of that.
Let me see if I can
What's
find
the
a
question,
link.
Art?
Wow.
Have you
guys seen-
ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
Oh my god.
You didn't put it up on your channel, Aaron?
Have you ever seen a dog turn into a dachshund?
Only on Tuesdays.
I think that came
Have you
up in the
guys-
discussion. Anyway, I don't mean to. I'm not trying to disrespect everybody else here, but PTown I think had priority.
And I will say, sending love to Free. There was another Christian. He was being a little quiet, but I think it was because there's just so many atheists on here. I understand. But we are the den of kittens. I stand by it. But P-Town, it's true. You are our Christian theist in here. You're a round earth Christian theist. I do have to keep on saying that. So the floor is once again over to you.
Okay. All right. I'll go get another beer, Aaron, because I'm gonna pressure you a little bit here.
Oh, really?
Well, I feel like you did dismiss my eclipse argument. Let me tell you a quick short.
Did I?
I think so.
I said, even if your God exists and did that thing, how would that affect the fact that we can prove that evolution is real and happens, and that we can prove that the Bible's utter bullshit and man-made mythology? And you excused and just danced right around that to say, oh, okay, well, that doesn't matter. Let's change the subject and talk about something else.
Sure. Let's assume that in this hypothetical situation, everything that you just said is true.
Okay.
You would be a theist.
Why?
Because you just
if
see?
God actually existed and I care about truth and God truly existed, then yeah, the God that really exists and would be worthy of existing would have given me reason to believe in him.
Well, let me just tell you a quick story. So I just remember watching a documentary, doing a little studying about Einstein and how he came about with his theory of relativity. This was, how many years ago that was, but part of that is looking.
2014.
You would know with your daughter, yeah. So,
was that a dig? Oh my gosh, I think that was a dig.
Well, I'm going to get to. Okay, so. You watch the stars move a little bit when there's an eclipse. And I get it that there's annual eclipses, there's total eclipses. Both of them teach us different things when it comes to looking at eclipses. Yeah. But still, my point is I find it hard to believe that Einstein, in that moment, just the fact that those two things are the same size from our vantage point, I missed it. Even though I watched that documentary or read that book. It took me. I never even thought about. Hey, these things are the freaking same size. Like, so? My question to you is, Aaron, did that happen by chance?
Well, let me see if I can counter that appropriately. I want to make sure that I get all the logic and all the reasoning exactly identical. This half of this spoon is black. This half of this spoon is orange. They're exactly the same size as each other. Therefore, a magic imaginary man and created everything. Does that sound basically like your argument?
Did the sun and the moon, from our vantage point, is it the same size by chance? That's my question to you.
As has already been explained to you, they're not the same size, but yes, it is by chance.
Okay, we can move on.
Okay, so is there one that actually matters to you?
Are you familiar with Chuck Missler? When it comes to the Bible, that's okay.
Okay.
I don't know who
Well,
said that, but
I am familiar with Chuck Messler.
right, and that's Xerxes, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I do like to follow a lot of.
I have to
when I have
apologize
time.
because I only deal with stupid people.
You called me smart. I'm stupid.
I don't know. I've been dealing with Kent Hovind and Kirk
Oh.
Cameron and Ray Comfort and people of that bottom shelf build
sorry.
for a while.
Chuck
So-
Missler's
so
up
Chuck-
there. He's not too far off.
Yeah, so Chuck Messler is basically the evangelical Christian Bernie Madoff.
So he's not quite the scholarly intellectual level of, say, David Icke.
He's not a scholar at all. He's a
He
businessman
used
and
to
an
say
engineer.
that if abiogenesis was real, then we should expect sometimes when we open up a jar of peanut butter to find new life.
That guy.
There's all the ingredients
Yeah.
for life in there. Yeah, that's Chuck Missler.
Yeah, I remember that argument. Yeah,
He's
What an
also the
idiot
guy that brought
was.
hold on. He's also the guy that brought a snowball into the House of Congress to prove that global warming isn't true.
That guy.
Wow.
Okay, we're all realizing who he
same
is.
Yeah.
concept
I didn't
moron.
know about that. Let me look at that.
Yeah, I remember that. I
Yeah.
remember both of those arguments. I didn't remember the name of the idiot involved in both of those, but it's interesting
Chuck
that he was
Missler,
responsible
he's
for
dead
both
now.
of those gargantuan mistakes.
Wait, you guys believe in climate change? Come on
Do
now,
I
you got you
believe
oughta
in?
you oughta know
Of
you oughta
of
know
course I
by
believe
now
in-
that it's
hold on.
nothing more than an evil communist Marxist Chinese plot to turn us all
Of
into
course
gay
I believe in
socialist
climate
frogs by
change.
increasing our taxes.
Yesterday it was 22 degrees outside. Today it was 64. The climate changed.
I've had my air conditioning on all fucking winter, man.
But no,
I
so
remember seeing
P-Town,
on TV show, some TV show recently. There was somebody who said, and for all of you young people in the audience who are too young to remember,
That was so
winter,
smart. Definition of slavery.
winter
okay.
used to be a
Is-
time when it would get really cold.
I
Yeah.
just want to say, P-Town, if you want to like talk about the Bible and its reliability or historical accuracy, I'm your guy. I'll have that conversation with you all night long.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll butt out while you're talking like creationism and science and stuff. You know, Leophilius and AronRa can take that over. But if you really want to jump into a biblical discussion, man, I'll have that with you. But
And I want to
previous
watch.
interaction, given our previous interaction on that topic, I suspect that you're not prepared. So and I don't like people who weasel. So if you're going to come at me with a point regarding the historicity or accuracy of the Bible, and I counter it, we're not going to the next point until you concede. Fair
Yeah.
warning.
Yeah.
Xerxes, I think I can go rattle horns with you, but at
You
least
couldn't with
maybe
me.
at least
You didn't concede that the sun and the
Sorry.
moon thing, that was a completely vacuous argument. It didn't inspire your belief in the first place. That's just a bullshit excuse that you use to defend yourself. That's not the reason you believe, and it's not the thing that would change your mind. It's not an argument that would matter to you. You brought up another argument, and that didn't matter to you either. I want to
You
know if you want to argue about my understanding of evolution. I mean, there's a handful. There's a whole lot of things I can give you.
RNU.
What?
I got you to admit that it happened by chance, and you'll be
You got me
surprised
to
how
admit
rare.
what?
Why
You
is
got
that
you
an
to-
admission?
That was my only goal.
What did you
The
get
size
me
of
to
the
Because
sun
you'll
and moon.
that we
being the same
happen
size
to
from our
exist-
vantage point, the way that they are happened by chance.
Right, that we happen to exist.
That was
at
my
this
only
moment.
goal.
Yeah,
Things
that,
Whatever it
happen-
is, just you'll
Hold
be
on.
surprised, Aaron. In my
okay. So we
Go
didn't
ahead.
we didn't live a few million years earlier when it would have been larger, or we didn't live a few million years later when it would have been smaller. So just by chance we happen to live now. That matters to you.
you'll be yeah. Well, we don't. I mean, still, it's still
please
chance.
pursue that shit.
Let me explain something to you, Aaron. It's hard for me to even get evolutionists, atheists, to let me break it down to a dichotomy of chance and not chance. You'll be
Evolutionists.
surprised.
Oh my gosh, do you need
Well-
to be fixed?
What do you mean
P-Town,
by
you're not thinking of
chance?
random.
I don't-
Did I say the evil?
so-
Did I say
Hold
evolutionists
on.
or
P-Town.
evolutionists? I'm
No matter
not
what you
sure.
said,
Okay.
P-Town.
You said that somebody
I'm
who
just joking.
accepts scientific reality
Hmm.
is belonging to some kind of a religious concept called evolutionism or evolutionism, however you want to phrase it. But there is no such thing. That's one of millions of creationist lies where they project their own worst fault, which is their faith, which is their religious unreasonable belief, onto science. Something we can prove to be true and that I can prove to you, you're trying to deny to pretend some other thing. And so you got me to admit, which is definitely a fact, it is merely by chance that we happen to exist at the moment when the moon in our position, contrasting against the sun, is roughly equal, as opposed to millions of years from now when it will be smaller, or years ago when it would have been larger. Yeah, so what? Means nothing. That part is by chance. That one thing, completely unrelated to evolution, that one thing is by chance, and it means nothing to your argument. I'm sorry that your goal was so misguided. Please correct yourself.
Now, P-Town,
I just want to. I want to.
Hold on.
Let him go. He has no defense.
Just want to clarify something here.
Before anyone goes on, I just want to make sure that P-Town has a chance to respond, and then whenever next skeptic or atheist.
I just want to ask for one point of clarification. P-Town, you're not meaning random when you say chance, right?
I already got what I wanted. Do I have to really clarify?
Oh, no, you haven't.
Well, I actually would like clarification, because what I want to ask is similar to what Randolph means, because I think it's an important point, actually. Because when you say by chance, do you mean that there's a thing called chance and it acts on the world and makes stuff happen? Because that's not what I mean. That's not what Randolph's going to mean. That's not what Aaron's going to mean. That's not what Mark's going to mean. That's not what Peter's going to mean. That's not what Amy's going to mean. It's not what any physicist is going to mean. When they say by chance, what they mean is there is a set of mechanisms that occur within bounded conditions under a set of particular what we call laws, and that according to these, a set of things happened, and we have a moon, and we happen to exist at the time where it is roughly the same size as our star in our sky. But if that's what you mean by chance, then yeah, I don't know what the issue is. But if you mean that chance is a mechanism, then what you're saying is just going to confuse people, because that's not how they understand chance. Chance isn't a thing that does stuff.
And I'd also like to add just one point. I'd like to add just one point, that the Earth's orbit is ecliptical. So the size of the moon versus the sun, because it's ecliptical, sometimes we're closer to the sun, sometimes we're further away. It will change the size of the moon. So how can it be God giving you a signal if the size changes?
Oh, the signal changes depending on the size, Mark. Come on, don't you know?
Well, that doesn't make sense to me, because if he wanted to show his divinity through the moon, wouldn't it just remain the same size whenever the eclipse happens?
But that's the point, Mark.
What do you mean?
Yeah, Mark missed it. Mark missed it.
Theism doesn't explain anything. It only accommodates. It doesn't predict.
Yeah, if we were playing this game of
Is it my turn?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry, P-Town.
So, P-Town, it's going to be your turn to respond, and as long as you don't ask a question, we're going to read a super chat after. But your floor is yours.
What I was trying to say, Aaron, was just for a lot of atheists, and I'm not sure whatever evolution believers, I don't know which word you prefer for me to use than
People
the
who
one you
accept
mentioned.
reality.
Just a lot longer than evolutionists.
Yeah,
realists,
not believers. We don't have to make believe things that are not really true. We accept what's real.
You could just call us right.
Yeah.
Well, once we figure out a word that I can call y'all in that regard, let me know.
Right, correct, accurate, truthful, intelligent, aware.
But my point is, if I can break it, if I can get you,
doesn't always work, but correct does.
If I can break it down to chance versus no chance, or
what does that mean?
Happening by chance versus it happening by something other than chance, then I think people themselves can just make their own conclusion,
What
which
is
one's more
chance
likely,
to you?
and I would
When
argue
you
my
say
view is
happens
way
by
more likely.
chance, do you mean unguided by an intelligence? So when you say that something happens by chance, what you really mean is that there's no sort of intelligence guiding it. That's what you mean, right?
Yep.
You know, Aaron, you're on when I'm. You know, then we'll get into this huge discussion where I'm outnumbered, and we'll all argue about what chance is.
I'm sorry.
It's really quite simple.
I'm sorry that there's a bunch of people on here, and it can't just be you and me. If you want to do a thing with you and me, we can do that. But I got invited to a thing where you were already here, and so here we are.
And I don't mean to throw everyone under the bus or anything. I'm just trying my best.
Well, I was actually trying to
do
understand.
that either. I have huge respect for Leophilius, for KingXerxes. I don't know everybody else here. Amy, I think that I know under another name. Do I?
No, just Amy Newman.
I just wanted to say, like, I'm really not trying to be antagonistic to P-Town. I'm actually trying to understand, because I am a little bit confused by what sort of concept he has in mind when he's talking about chance. And so I didn't know if the concept of, like, guidance by an intelligence played into that.
Correct. So that would be the next step in it, Leo. And I try not to even, I know, to me, it's just quite obvious. It would then be a dichotomy of chance versus God. And but then I would get objections everywhere by most people.
Right. So that's what we mean, is that chance just means not God. Chance just means a thing happens without being caused to happen by the mind of God or God's intention. Correct?
Correct. And my argument would be that God clearly made that, boys.
Clearly.
And it's your choice to believe otherwise.
Hold on.
That's my only argument.
You say clearly when I say not even possibly.
Wait a minute, P-Town, let's assume that God did create it that way, okay? And he created it that way because he wanted us to see it. You know, he wanted us to see that the moon and the sun are approximately the same size for whatever reason. So why did he want that? What is the motivation or reason for that desire?
Well, before we get on to that point, because that's a whole nother topic.
Let me
follow.
No, stop. P-Town, stop. You've been ducking and dodging this whole time. Okay, so I'm going to condense it for you. So there are two options. Either God had a reason or he didn't. And then if we are able to elucidate what the reason is for him doing that, then we need to ask, what is the reason for the reason? So we're either going to have an infinite regress of reasons that God created the sun and the moon to look approximately the same size, or we're going to arrive at it just is that way. And that state of affairs that facilitated God's eventual desire to create the sun and moon approximately the same size to our vantage point would have been, per your definition, by chance, because God didn't decide upon his own nature or desires. They just are the way they are.
And then
first of all, I'm not the one dodging. You're the one changing the subject. Let me explain.
The subject? This is exactly the subject. P-Town, what I'm attempting to illustrate to
you if I can talk, I let you talk.
P-Town, even if we assume that God did it the way you're suggesting, ultimately it's still chance, because it was a chance factor that God would have desired that particular arrangement of states of affairs.
Mm-hmm. It's showing that you don't have any explanation.
What I would like to do is talk for a second. And then I would love to go into detail about your point, KingXerxes. Imagine that there were two moons, and they were the same size from our vantage point as well. Maybe the second moon was a different form. The point is, in this hypothetical scenario, and from my point of view, it would be even more evident towards the higher probability that that God made this thing instead of it happening by chance. And that, to me, just opening up the realm of this being a possible form of argument, there's enough in this world, in this universe, for us to clearly see that God made this world. And then next, again, I would like to be able to talk without being interrupted.
No,
going back to what you were saying,
so that I can go on to a super chat. Well, just hold it, KingXerxes. I will give it right back to you. You'll be the first one after he responds, and I do the super chat. But P-Town, you're finish.
I have to lay that foundation. I apologize because I know you want me to go right into your, this trap that you want to set for me. But KingXerxes, what you want me to talk about is the why. Why would God choose to communicate with us through this type of mechanism among all the many other ways that he wants to communicate with us? And my question to you is, or my answer to you is, I'm not God, but if there is a God, wouldn't you want to get to know him instead of trying to decide?
Gosh darn it, you asked
instead
him
of
a
trying.
question.
Yeah. Wait, I will answer your question after Amy reads her super chat.
Thank you. I'm sending love. I really want.
Can
to
I
do that
say
too
something
for
after
everyone who has
KingXerxes
done.
goes? That's what I wanted to ask.
Absolutely.
Sweet.
And it's. I think this is mostly irreverent, but it's not irreverent because he's sending us love and support. And we'll see. Let's dig into it. For $10 from Upside Down Guy, my hamster Noaham is very crafty. Unfortunately, Noaham believes in Sagratham, and not all races of hamster were allowed on his ark. If you could build an ark, who would you disclude and why? I just have to say that if you're discluding people, it's definitely endorsed by Yahweh. And so I guess just leave it up to the tribalistic.
Philadelphia Eagles fans are the first on the chopping block.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Don't ask the Mormons about this, because then we're gonna have a lot of trouble.
And after Philadelphia Eagles, Calvinists. So you know what? I'll let Leo go because I was talking to
Xerxes,
PTown.
can I help? Can I try and see if I can help you out in your argument with PTown?
Well, let's let Leo go, then you, then I'll come back.
Hold on. I'm curious. I'm curious about the answer too.
I'm going to now hand it off back to the line or the queue.
Okay,
Wait, well, hold on. I'm so confused.
Wait a minute. Okay, so
you brought up. Hold on,
Peter.
Guys, hold on. Just a second. Maybe we can hash this out. So, PTown, you brought up the sizes of the moon and the sun as some evidence for God. If that is to you is an argument, can you explain why that is an argument? What did God made that on purpose for you to see as an argument for his existence? I think that is what we're all trying to get at.
And this is what's most fascinating to me right now. And it's something I've always said. It's more fascinating that you guys don't get it. If anything, that is more fascinating to me.
Don't get what?
That this argument, this point I'm trying to make is even a point.
Okay.
Well, no, we get the point you're trying to make.
And here's
I think that you're missing.
If I could try to answer Peter, Leo.
Look,
go ahead.
I want to mitigate. I want to mitigate what we're talking.
Don't interrupt him again. Let him answer. Let PTown answer.
Go ahead. Sorry, it takes me a second to regather myself.
No worries.
Yeah, so I'm more fascinated with how it, because again, I think of myself when I was an atheist. I didn't even consider that to be evidence as well. Damn it, Leo, just go, because I forgot what I was going to say.
It'll come back to you. It happens to me.
I'm sorry I said darn it.
Really quickly, Aaron, is that a boa?
No problem.
You're muted, Aaron. You're muted.
We can't hear you, Aaron.
Yeah.
This is a Malagasy Demeral's boa.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Like boas have really pretty saddles.
I remember now.
After the thing on Twitter, Arn, what name did you go with? I'm really curious.
It was the Queen of Creation. This is I forget which mythology it is, but the Queen of Creation. And there's a number of different ways of pronouncing the name, but the one that my wife settled upon, the pronunciation is your enemy.
Your enemy. Okay, interesting name.
Yeah. And the thing I like about it is because there's all these masks on the side that to me look like trapped souls. So this looks like the snake of damnation. See that?
Truly hellish snake.
Yeah.
So
but also adorable. Both of those things.
Also adorable. I absolutely love the snake. It's one of my favorites. This is one of. We have some pretty fucking snakes, but this is one of our prettiest. So. showing
quite
that
a
off.
star.
Yeah, she's absolutely gorgeous. I used to have a Suriname red tail, and her name was Zaja, but she got to be about 10 foot long and 66 pounds, and I had to give her to a friend of mine who runs an animal reserve because I didn't have enough space to give her a big enough enclosure. She was enormous. She was a gentle
too
giant,
bad.
though.
We currently have 3 or 4 boas that will at least be 6 to 8 feet.
Yep,
I
I'm
currently
curious.
only have
How many husbands did your snake have?
She didn't. I never made it.
Showing my age again.
Yeah,
showing my age again because she's called Jaja.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Zaja, yeah. It's from the movie Captain Fantastic. But so back to the discussion between me, PTown, Leophilius, and Peter.
I think PTown
point,
remembered what he wanted to say.
I also wanted to contribute something.
My point kind of got lost there. But what I'm attempting to illustrate to PTown is that there is no prior probability below 0 if you believe in the existence of a God, because God could have wanted to create the sun and moon so that they do not appear approximately the same size. And we have no reason to infer one outcome over another, right? What PTown is doing is he's saying, if this is true of God, or if this is true of the universe or the world, this must be true of God. He's taking an inference about how he observes the natural world around him.
Let me cut him off and refute this.
Hold on, PTown, not done. PTown, not done. Okay, you are inferring from your observation of the world. Okay, this is true of the world, so this must be true of God, right? It is true of the world. The sun and the moon are approximately the same size. Therefore, God must have wanted us to observe this and admire its aestheticism. But when I do the other way around, right? I flip that inference on its head and say, if this is true of God, this must be true of the world, right? You're saying that's invalid. So when I infer, if God wanted us to observe the beauty and aestheticism of the solar eclipse, he wouldn't have caused the sun to be so bright that it would blind us. And you're saying that's invalid. But the other point that I'm making here is that you're suggesting there's a dichotomy between God did it or it's a product of chance. But because of your inability to explain the ontology behind God's motivations for behaving in a certain way or creating things a certain way, basically what you're saying is that God did this thing just because he did it, and there's no reason why, which is equivalent to saying it just happened and there's no reason why. Right? Incorporating God or including God as an additional variable to the process does not inform or explain the process. It's just, an accommodation of the process, like Leophilius said. So the prior probability of any state of affairs that we could ever observe is above 0 if a God exists. It's all above 0. God could have created the world however he wanted to. You cannot explain why God wanted to create the world this particular way, so you do not have a satisfactory explanation as to why the universe exists this particular way. Saying God did it is equivalent to saying it just happened.
How many times are you going to say the same thing over and over again, Xerxes?
As many times as it takes for you not to fucking dodge it.
I wasn't dodging it. I try to remember and keep up with everyone.
Okay, then answer the question. All right. What is the account for why
you
God
want to say it's 0%?
way?
Okay, well, here, I got Aaron to admit, and again, I'm sorry for using the words admit.
You're deflecting again. You're deflecting again.
Exactly.
Just because I'm not, because I don't get a chance to talk, I'm outnumbered.
No, you are deflecting again. You are deflecting again.
Let him answer the question,
let him
answer first.
No, he immediately started off talking about his conversation with Aaron, not answering any of the points that I just made.
Exactly.
Let him get the full answer out first, and then.
Yes, we won't want him to think we're not taking him seriously.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you're going to get a straight answer. I don't think that's going to happen.
I saw Upside Down guy said he was in here for a second, and he said he was a anti-theist and an anti-atheist. But we have about 30 more minutes left, and so what we're trying to do is get in, especially of the Abrahamic variety, if PTown, we kind of want to get him back up. And so that StreamYard link is in chat. Oh, speaking adjacently, what's up, Jen? Just sending love to you out there on the interwebs and everyone that's still with us. But yes, I almost missed it for KingXerxes. And sending love to Will Stewart 365, sending us love and support with a $5 super chat. Xerxes, what about Chiefs fans that are Calvinists? Do they get a temporary stay?
So Will should keep his donations because I heard Tottenham is for sale now, so he should save up maybe.
But what if the donations
For
were
something bad happens?
predestined?
This is weird.
To answer Will's question, there are no Chiefs fans that are Calvinists because to be a Chiefs fan, you have to be objectively right about everything.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Funny enough, Will Stewart is a Calvinist. Just saying.
I was going to say, sending love to Will Stewart. You should all be checking out Will Stewart 365.
Which means he does not support the Chiefs.
Right.
No, I debated with him once on Modern Day Debate. It went quite well.
And it was a good debate.
I wanted to actually sort of add something about chance, like when PTown is sort of saying chance, and when we say something happens by chance, like the physics involved in the moon being the size it is and the everything happening is kind of deterministic. Like previous parameters have formed these things, like anything develops according to the laws of physics and just it comes about. When we say chance, we're kind of alluding to we don't know all of the parameters that contributed to that happening. It doesn't mean that it is, and I think Leo alluded to this, it's completely random, i.e. there's something arbitrary happening where it came out with no parameters at all. It just means that we don't know the parameters. Is that sort of what you were trying to say, Leo?
Well, what I was getting at is that chance is not a causative mechanism. There isn't a thing that you can point to that causes things to happen and say, that's a chance. A chance caused my cup to tip over. So when people say, well, did this happen by chance? In my mind, it sounds like they're thinking of chance as some sort of like causative process or mechanism. That's not what chance is. Chance means that the certain conditions about the processes are indeterministic.
So someone may say chance, but what they mean is a series of deterministic events that we can't possibly know about according to
what it means is not deliberately pre-planned.
Yeah,
right.
And that's why I asked PTown if he had meant by chance alone that there is no like intentional guidance behind it, because a lot of people who push intelligent design style arguments, that's ultimately what they mean when they say by chance. They mean there wasn't anybody guiding it to happen.
Yeah, and so when he brags that he got me to admit that by chance we happen to exist at a point where the moon is close enough and not so far away that it seems to be similar to the size of the sun. Yeah, that I'll accept that's a matter of chance, which means that it's fucking irrelevant to anything.
Well, the other thing is that his definition of chance is just God didn't do it, right?
Yeah, God didn't do that. He got me to admit that God didn't do that.
Yeah, any event not caused by God deliberately. So you could put that into a syllogism. Premise 1, chance is any event not caused by God. Premise 2, God's nature and subsequently his own desires are not caused by God. All right. Conclusion, therefore, God's nature and desires are chance. And subsequently anything that is produced by God's nature and desires. So chance becomes its own little paradox.
Yep.
But building off of what you said, Xerxes, I think there's an important point in there with regard to explanation. And this is part of the reason why theism doesn't explain things. Is that when we talk about, well, God explains this. Okay, so why did God do it this way? And that, like I said, this touches on what you were saying, is that it's often argued by theists that God is libertarianly free, that God has libertarian free will. That is to say, there are no
antecedent. He doesn't give a fuck about any of us.
Well, but like libertarian in a sense of like free will, where libertarian free will means that you believe that there are no antecedent causal factors that determine the decisions that you make. But then that just means that your determines are like brutally contingent. God's decisions are just God's decisions are God's decisions, and there is no further explanation for his decisions. Yeah. So to adduce God or his reasons as an explanation for anything simply isn't going to work, because nothing about that is going to, it's never going to be in virtue of God's decisions why something is some way rather than another, because there are no reasons underlying God's decisions. They're just they're libertarianly free. They just are that way. And so God doesn't really explain anything. You can't say God explains all this, but I don't know why he did it the way that he did it. That's not how this works. And so when somebody's adducing God or theism to explain things, they're going to fail, because ultimately there isn't anything there they can root that explanation in, where they can ground some sort of counterfactual, where if it had been this way, this would have happened, such that they can say that this is happening because of this, or rather because of God.
And I'm just going to, unless PTown, anytime you want to respond, I will say PTown, you can always
take a break.
But I will also say, I
taking a
see
beating
Roro in chat who is saying that we're just hating on different religions. Guilty. We are also just, I would say, judgmental. That I would say we actually aren't. Oh, wait, I saw the punchline at the end. I saw some Jesus loving us. It always, every time. But we are sending love, Roro. We love you back. We're not trying to sow discord. That happens on the Skeptic and Ranting Discord channel. We're just trying to say that evolution is the backbone of modern biology and that there's no good evidence for a God. But if you disagree with us, the link is in chat right below.
And there's a
We
question
ain't
for
hating.
I mean, Amy, I would
Arn
love to
is-
address each person individually and
just-
refute everything, but
Yeah, start with me,
obviously
because you
that's
still
not.
haven't answered anything I've said.
Well, you jumped in
All
front of
yours.
Peter, Leo. I mean, it all comes down to basically the same thing, guys.
I had a quick question for Arn from the chat. Is that a lateritic or a false albino that you have?
I think what you're trying to say is blue-eyed leucistic.
Yeah, leucistic.
Yes.
I'm reading the chat as it. Okay, that was the question.
P-Town, please continue.
I was trying to say I'd love to individually refute each one of you guys.
If only you could.
All right. I don't think that that's possible. I'm not God.
I don't either. We have agreement.
But I do want to say that, I'm on my fourth beer, I think, and I got to go pray with my family soon. What's that?
Let me know when you catch up.
Catch up? Hey, at least I get to rattle horns with Arn when we're on that level playing field then.
Hey,
I fibbed a little bit. No, I'm actually
seriously, P-Town, if you'd like, I don't mean to diss the invitation that we were both brought into, but if you think there would be any good in having a one-on-one, I'm completely open to that. And the same goes for anybody that's in the chat. If you want to have a one-on-one, I'm completely down for that. I can set aside an hour for anybody that has. If you,
I do, but I want to talk to you about Marxism.
I may take you up on that.
Marxism.
P-Town and I am in touch, so if he wants to have a conversation with you, Arn, I can forward that. to you.
Amy has my Discord. So does Mark Reid.
May as well talk to me about multi-level marketing programs or insurance benefits.
Well, no, I think I can convince you to be a Marxist. That's why.
I don't think you can.
I don't know
I say that only because having read just a tiny bit of Bertrand Russell's analysis of Karl Marx. Yeah, I'm more of toward Bertrand Russell than I am, and I always knew that I didn't like Friedrich Nietzsche at all.
No, Nietzsche's. I don't even know what. I'm sorry. No. Mark, you go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know if P-Town's left already. P-Town, it's if you're out there and watching it, it's amazing.
I'm still here.
Yeah, sorry. It's amazing that you come into a room full of people that disagree with you.
Hold on.
It's hard to do.
Hold on. I'm going to take the bait.
What?
Some fucking troll named Ro said I'm an Islamophobe and not sincere. 2 false statements.
We've been saying, come on,
He's
Ro.
been trolling all night.
You've been trolling all night? Okay, so I just
He's
took
been
the bait.
trolling.
Somebody was criticizing me for why don't I criticize Jews and Muslims too? Like, did you miss all of my ongoing
Well-
attacks against the Hebrew Bible, as well as my 3.5-year onslaught against the Quran.
I was going to say it's a lovely time to say that AronRa
Yeah.
actually has a skeptic Quran study. And if you're asking, hey, well, that doesn't have anyone who speaks Arabic on the panel, why, yes, it does. And
the four shows Aaron did on scientific errors in the Quran.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got to do another show on that one.
Please tell me not.
But I just want to say thanks to PTown for coming into. It's really hard, and it's hard to go into a room where everyone disagrees with you and try and.
And I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm rough on you. I sometimes, Mark. That's just because for some weird reason, I hold you to a higher standard. I don't know why, but I'm hoping it's because you're going to be a young Earth creationist before you know it, Mark.
Why would you hold my breath, mate?
I just
but seriously, P-Town, I want you to be rough.
I want to just summarize this
Leo
by
likes
trying to answer all 5 people. Look, God says that He made a light for day and a light for night.
It's people pretending to speak for God that wrote those fables.
God, but you might agree, Aaron, at least that it is simple, and we would expect simplicity from God.
It is too simple because the moon's not a light.
It is real simple, as in.
And we would expect that, right? So, anyway, I'll leave. I do want to go spend some time with my daughter, even though it was only a day and a half. But
where are you?
That's a long time. You know what I mean.
Thanks for
Washington.
Have a good time.
Got to be Washington State.
Yeah, Washington State. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because it's after midnight for me.
Yeah, I know she stays up way too late. That's why I got to step in because Mama's not doing the.
Shit.
Richard, did you Randolph? Did you have something? I didn't want.
Okay, good old Richard Randolphson.
I just wanted to say thank you for joining us, and that's good. You're going to spend time with your family. I look forward to talking with you again. But go ahead, Amy.
Well, no, I want to say that this has been amazing, and hopefully that person will also come out. But also, I am hoping that we have a lovely 9 more minutes. So if anyone out there wants to challenge any of the panel, Aaron just had an amazing debate with Stuart, who I felt like, I think James said this first. It just felt like he was trying very hard to just agree with everything.
Walking on eggshells.
Because, well, can I say I didn't take many notes, but yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about Ro-Ro. Ro-Ro is just a troll.
Troll.
Yeah,
Amy,
I'd
like to challenge Aaron with a question here.
All right, I'm going to say bye, everybody. Thank you.
You
see you
take
guys.
it easy, P-Town. Tell your daughter we said hi.
Thank you. Well, thank you so very much, P-Town.
Again, yeah.
And it is, I always say the same joke with James. If a theist or a Christian does not join us, we will go in the traditional time of about 7 to 8 minutes. If a young Earth creationist, probably of the flat Earth variety, joins us within that time, we will continue streaming for at least another hour to at least a week. And so please,
don't invite flat earthers on unless you know a good psychiatric clinic that you can refer them to.
So, Amy, I wanted to challenge Aaron with a question, if I may.
Sure. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to ask a question. I'm going to, after that, I want to say the funniest part about the debate. And then there was a super chat.
So Aaron, what is ultimate and fundamental in your worldview that you reference to ground all facts?
Which secures what is, can be, and cannot be.
Go with tacos.
Something that what is ultimate and fundamental that I reference
to ground all facts.
All facts.
Yes.
Did you ever see that movie Beautiful Mind?
I've heard of it. I don't think I've seen that though.
Russell
Crowe's in it.
The guy has I think it was schizophrenia, and so he would tend to see people and have conversations with people who weren't really there. And so
it was an excellent movie. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, at one point he becomes aware he's been clinically diagnosed with this problem. He's had all of his loved ones explain to him that this is what's going on. He almost lost his daughter over this because he left her in the care of an imaginary person. And so he has to deal with the reality that what he sees is not real. And what he's seen for years and what he remembers vividly and clearly and still sees to this day is not real. So he's had to juxtapose the reality of his life. So somebody approaches him one day to tell him that he's in consideration for the Nobel Prize. And this prompts him, of course, to question whether this person really exists. So he's in a college, he grabs a student passing by and says, "Excuse me, can you see him?" He gets verification that other people can see that person. So maybe this is not a hallucination. Maybe the person he grabbed is a hallucination. You know, maybe there's only so far you can take this, but at least he's trying to take some measures to recognize which are the real people, which are the illusionary people.
What corresponds to reality?
Yes.
But by the way, Aaron, I was trolling you. That's a question Darth Dawkins, who I'm sure you heard of.
No, this was not me. This was somebody clearly impersonating me.
So I'm going to give
no,
the
this
super
was
chat.
not me. This was somebody clearly impersonating me.
By the way, there's one more thing I really wanted to say before it slips my mind again. Mark, God, buddy, I gotta say, I was fucking blown away because I've been in 2 debates with him. Okay.
Right.
I was blown away with how you handled fucking Witsit, man. That guy, he
does not get it.
He is hell in a handbasket, all in and of himself. And to be able to handle him like you did, really, it takes a type of resolve. And when I was watching that debate, and you just kept going, and I'm just like, leave it to Mark, man. Leave it to Mark.
Mark is one of those
I really
people
appreciate that.
That when you insult him, I think, just like Randolph, I feel like it's very hard to kind of grind your gears or to really get you. Your upset is like a temperature that's like up to here. And so
no, that's not true because I lost it at Leo.
You're like, you don't see me on camera. I lay it down.
Can I do one more shameless plug, Amy?
Yeah,
then we're gonna
yes. Then I have to do Then we are gonna do the super chat. Well, what's the shameless plug?
I believe I need to pull up my calendar. I believe it is next Friday that me and
so smart.
Me and Grayson, who has a small channel called Based Theory. Yes, next Friday, the 24th, we will be team debating Rebecca from Bread of Life and the one and only Sal Cordova on the merits of the Big Bang model. So that on modern day debate. So that will be a fun one. That will be a really fun
Cordova
one.
gonna do? He's got only one argument. It's his misunderstanding of protein genealogies. It's that one thing he doesn't understand that he clings to so hardly.
I keep this.
He knows fuck all about cosmology or astronomy or any other goddamn thing.
Yeah.
How the hell is that going to be a debate? Rebecca would be a more fun one. I'd love to tear into that woman because I've had conversations with her.
I can set that up.
Point where she just openly admits, I don't give a fuck what the truth is. I'm going to believe what I want to pretend.
I think I wonder.
I'm more than happy to set that up.
I wonder.
More than happy to set that up.
Randolph, I just have to make a slight.
I wonder if Sal Cordova might be suffering from an incompleteness complex.
On that, I have to read this. I'm going to say this, and then
Can I just make a slight clarification? Grayson's channel is critical based theory.
Oh, is it? Because
yes, critical.
I'm not going to lie.
Oh my goodness! I just see
looked,
a bunch of theists now jumping behind stage.
What is going on?
We have both friendly and non. Well, I don't want to say that. They're so they've been so lovely to us in chat. We are sending love because I literally see 3 people. So we should all be theists because I see apparently God backstage. But I also see Will Stewart and Roro.
Can I say one thing 10 seconds really quickly?
Yes.
It's kind of
then
an
we're
off
really gonna
point
mute
thing.
you.
Yeah, no, that's
For
fine.
real.
I'll shut the fuck up. But Aaron, I know like physics cosmology isn't really your thing, but if you do want to see something kind of funny, not only do I have a debate with Kent Hoven on cosmology on my channel, but I have one with Rebecca. Just
Wait.
I'm going to
You're
be honest. I
debating
did the
Kent
one
Hovind?
with Kent Hovind because it was on Standings for Truth's channel. And I did that purposefully because I'm not going to debate that subject with somebody like him if I'm not going to be in front of an audience of a bunch of creationists. Because, why would I give it in front of a bunch of people that already agree with me? Like, I want to do the debate in front of an audience. I know that I know for a fact there were people walking away from that discussion scratching their head. I know it.
I get that, and that was the primary thing that I was doing with Hovind in my debates with him as well. But when you have people that just straight up reality denialists and are fucking stupid,
It's a bad combo.
what can you do to help them?
And criminal, let's face it.
Yeah, I had a debate with him on Brett Keane, and
Wait, you had a debate with Kent Hovind on Brett Keene's channel?
On Brett Keene's
How low can the bar go?
I'm sending
So James Cameron has to, go to the bottom of the ocean.
He basically only troll.
Hey,
He
really
basically
quickly.
did the whole, you only believe in a religion, and I'm just like, no, keep on bagging on the word religion. We can all agree, Kent, religion bad.
Can I make a brief suggestion, Leophilius? Could you turn your microphone down because it is exceptionally louder than everybody else's? Yeah.
And I'm also sending love to Disciple Day, who's sending in a big old $10 super chat.
Should be at 100. Let me drop it to like 80.
For some
78.
cash.
That'll work.
In fact, I had here we go. Blah 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 blah. And okay, we're going to quickly bring in. And I said once again, we can't help ourselves. I feel like God Himself will be quick. Apparently, we'll just have Him. And so we'll have that very God. What is up? Welcome. We're Midnight Ranting on Do You Exist? Yes. How you doing?
How's it going in here?
It's about how I thought God would sound. So
interesting. I interviewed Jesus Christ a few weeks ago. He sounded nothing like you.
Yeah.
I interviewed Jesus Christ as well, and yeah.
And I interviewed Jesus Christ Superstar, but it was slightly different.
Yeah, he likes to do his own shit.
Okay.
I'm curious though. I interviewed the Dutch Jesus, so can you speak Dutch, please?
I got Alzheimer's. Why do you think I forget so much?
This has got to be Peter pretending to be God here.
And wait, Roro, please. Well, that'd be an interesting.
I'm here.
He's right here.
Peter's right here.
Can be.
But
Yeah,
wait,
that's Peter. I can do a lot,
Roro,
Ryan.
we
Right
have
off,
a
I can do
queue.
a lot, but that's
Roro
not
is
something
Chris.
that I can do.
Yeah, well, it would be
I'm
like
not just
you'd be
blonde. You can't
puppeteer.
fool me.
But Roro, we have a queue. We're about to get on a Christian who's going to be really sweet and nice to us, and
If
is a
Roro
decent
comes
human
on-
being. But then we really do want you on. I swear to you. So
If Roro
we'll
comes
do
on,
it.
we're gonna have to call the Popo because he's
I don't think it's
necessarily
necessarily 100% that I'm gonna be sweet and nice.
Oh, that's true. Well, I'll say this is the topic, right?
New Year.
It's
New Year,
you
Peter.
could even say some people would say it's pre-existing
Well,
to happen.
It's predetermined, yeah.
It's predetermined. We are midnight.
Will, why
Ranting,
are you
thus
trying to
God
look like
exists.
me?
Because
Why are you
I saw
trying
your
to look
hat
like
there.
me?
I came on because Peter said on Twitter the other day, he said next time you got to come back on Amy's show. So I saw Peter was on here, and I saw I was wearing a hat, and I had one that
Yeah.
matched. So I figured we'd come on and be twins.
We've been missing you. I mean, we get a lot of theists here. We would prefer someone we can actually have a conversation with. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've been ghosting in the chat for a
That's the
while,
thing.
but I just haven't been. I've been busy, man. Busy.
Understandable.
With football.
Well, I mean that one pays a little bit of the bills, right? So you can't just let that one go away. So
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, Xerxes, we know each other kind of. We've talked on PNR in the past. You probably don't remember, but I came on to disprove
PNR politics and religion.
Yeah,
on Discord.
I came to disprove his proposition that Chiefs fans can't be Calvinists. That's why I came on the show. So.
And I just want to apologize to you, Will, that if you're in PNR and you're looking in chat and you're like, what is this B doing arguing with all these people? So
I think the
sentence
problem with
so
Calvinism is that they essentially seem to just admit that God is a failure and is thereby not omnipotent.
I am not a failure.
I don't think that's necessarily true, but
they're
yeah.
admitting that their own theology is a failure as well.
Well, I mean, because God wants all persons to be saved, but Calvinists say that not all persons are going to be saved, though.
You know how many people are allowed to go to hell?
So then that just means that God fails.
Wants
with
all
respect to his
persons he
desire.
wants to be saved.
So God does not desire for all persons to be saved. So he's not
Correct.
morally perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
I don't know
when
what
God
moral
told
perfection
the
is,
Jews
so.
in Egypt that he was going to give them to a promised land, and well, yeah, there's some Canaanites already living there, but fuck those people.
Burn.
I'll just send some angels to go tear them apart, and you can have their land.
So, Will, I would say that moral perfection is that God always seeks to maximize the good.
Good for whom?
Me.
Just the good as an action guiding
So
norm.
if
God
good,
is guided by
what's your
goodness.
definition of good?
I would say that that good is that which all things considered one ought to do.
That's not the biblical definition of good.
But I don't really care what the biblical
according to
definition
Ren and Stimpy,
is.
So, right, you're doing an external critique,
good is
not an
better
internal
than
one.
bad.
No, I'm not. I'm doing an internal critique.
No, I'm not. No, because if the definition is good does not equate to the definition you gave, someone's got a mad echo.
They do. They do.
Peter.
Paya.
Echo. Echo.
Is it where to send it? I'm just muting you for a second, Peter, but you could unmute, and we're also going to just.
So then, Will, what is goodness? Oh, I'm sorry,
hold on, before you answer.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're amazingly Hill Hugger for $10 super chat. My wager that God doesn't exist in case anyone wants to match it.
I'll match that wager all day.
I'm right here.
That's true. We do have someone claiming to be God, so we might have to get like the whole magic tricks in order. Like, are you big on Penn and Teller or Jesus? Either one. But thank you, Hill Hugger.
So, Will, does that mean that any action that God sort of deems to be good will be good, even if that
deems
is
that all actions that God does are good?
Well, hold on here, Will. What do you mean by good? What do you
told
mean by good? If you did, I'm going to be honest.
The definition
I don't
of good is all things God does actualizes.
So then what I said is correct. That anything that God does is just what ought to be done, all things considered.
Yeah.
Yep. What I said.
God always seeks to maximize the good. God's actions are guided by goodness,
everything he does is morally perfect.
So turning a bunch of preteen girls, preteen Midianite girls
the most
over to
morally
sex
perfect
slavers
world
is good.
If that's what he deems to be good, yes.
This is the most
drowning
morally
everybody
perfect
on
world.
earth, drowning every fawn and every sloth in South America over the so-called, not really, but so-called sins of some guy in the Middle East. That's good.
Yes.
Well, see, Will's just in a blasphemous position here.
If there
there is no evil.
Will,
so it doesn't make any sense.
To go out and
there's two people talking at the same time. I can't hear you both.
Hamstringing horses because they happen to belong to the bad guys.
I was just trying to wrap up.
There's like three people talking now. I can't hear.
I was just trying to wrap up the point that I was getting at. It seems to me that you're just taking a blasphemous position. There is no evil in the world. Everything that occurs in the world is just what ought to occur, all things considered. It is good because God condones it. And every action God makes is good, and God condones
the only
it.
Evil
so
that exists. The only evil that exists is that which goes against God's prescribed directions and laws.
But nothing goes against that because God doesn't allow it. God always does what he ought to do. Everything that happens because God allows it to happen. And God wouldn't allow anything to happen that he doesn't want to happen.
That's true.
Damn right.
So that means that there is no evil in the world. You take a blasphemous position.
I don't believe in evil as you're defining it. Right? Evil.
Well, I'm finding it the way that you're defining it.
It's a criminal. Do not do. You do. Therefore, that's evil. Right.
Yeah, but nothing like that happens, though, because everything that happens is
not evil
by God.
It's not evil in the respect that there's some kind of independent agent out there thwarting God and doing horrible things. Exactly right. That's correct.
Yeah, so because if God permitted something that didn't want to happen, he would be irrational.
I'm sorry?
If God condoned something he didn't want to happen, he would be irrational.
If he condone, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, so
everything that happens
nothing
because God wants
that,
it to.
Yeah, nothing happens outside of God's will.
Correct.
So nothing happens that ought not happen, all things considered.
Correct.
There is no evil in the world. Yeah.
Correct. But that means that Jeffrey Dahmer
if that's your
kills
definition
people,
of evil,
right? Hang on, that means Jeffrey Dahmer killed people, and that is a moral act because it is going as God willed it to happen.
But it's going against his prescribed thing, which we're held accountable for, right? There's a standard. There's a standard that we are held to account for, right? We are agents, right? We're not robots, right?
But then that's not a moral standard of.
I need to write that shit down. Robots.
Just a sec. That's not for the standard of what God wants to happen anymore. That's the standard of what God has decided the moral good will be.
Yeah, I'm not understanding your point.
So if everything happens according to the way God wants it to happen, and
Correct.
what is moral is everything that God does, so everything that he causes to happen, then that means somebody being killed isn't immoral because that's what God deemed to have happen. That
Correct.
is God action.
It's not necessarily immoral, right? What is morality?
Well, I've got my version of what morality is. It's the oughts in society. But I'm talking about your version, what you described.
Right. There is no morality that's out there in ether that exists upon what God has said to and not to do and not to do. Right?
Sure.
But that means that whatever God decides to have happened is a good thing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a good thing?
It is by definition.
A
That's
moral
the problem
thing.
with it.
Yes, God's creation is perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
he's
if
already saying
somebody
the creation
kills
is
another
perfect.
person, hang on a sec, Leo. If somebody kills another person, then hasn't God deemed that to happen?
Yes.
Sure.
So isn't that a moral thing?
I don't know what morality is based on that definition. I don't view morality in that way.
It's your definition. If morality is what God deems to have happened, and
Yes.
one person killing another God deemed to happen, doesn't that make that a moral thing?
Yeah.
If that's what your definition, if that's the definition of morality, yes.
Well, but
That's
that was
your
your
definition of morality.
But what does morality have to do with any? Why is it morality relevant?
Because God is morally
Wait,
perfect.
actually, let's freeze that for a second. We are going to have 5 more minutes on the open panel. As much as I wish we could go on forever, it has actually been a lot of fun. Disciple Day is sending in a $20 super chat. Thank you so very much, Disciple Day, a member of the Skeptic and Random community. Matched and raised you $5. Oh my, it's getting spicy. He does exist. Big Penn and Teller fan and Jesus fan. Oh my. Well, I want you to know, I'm just telling you, Disciple Day, if Jesus starts playing Vegas, I'm the first one. The first one up there. Just telling you. But I actually owned and used Cruel Tricks for Dear Friends on VHS. Oh boy, I am old. Sending so much love, Disciple Day. I love Penn and Teller too. I would love to see their show because they are amazing skeptics and human beings, just from I've seen of their interviews. And yeah, sending so much right back to you, Disciple. However, the panel, if you have questions for anyone else on here, now is the time to get it.
God exists because.
Well, I'll just finish and wrap up my point, and the point that I'm trying to make to Will, and the point of why I said that is because if that what happens is moral, whatever happens, God has designated, and therefore what God designates to happen is moral, it means you can do, and anyone can do, literally anything, and the justification of it being moral is that if God didn't want that to happen, you wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, sure. But God has also prescribed that certain things, if you break certain tenets that he has prescribed, right?
That's
that
not a
you
good.
You're missing the point.
Hold on. I'm not missing the point.
Yes, you
that
are.
You will have that the punishment
What is
for
the
that,
point?
the effect of those things will be this, right? Doesn't matter if I don't believe in a morality that says, oh, you get to do this, and then therefore you've gained some kind of benefit. That's not how it works, right?
Yeah, you're right.
I got
That's
old
not the
timers.
point.
That's not a good idea.
The point is that there is nothing that happens that falls outside of what God has ordained. He's fucking God. He's omnipotent. There is nothing that happens that he doesn't want to happen. And if he's morally perfect, then he's guided by goodness. All actions God takes or
goodness for whom
are good for him. And he is the standard of goodness. So all actions that he permits flow from him. All actions that occur in anything that he
for his
creates
glory,
flow from him. And what that means is there is no action ever in any reality that God creates that is evil. They're all good. This is the best of all possible worlds. There is no evil in this world. And then that's just a blasphemous
It's not
position.
blasphemy.
Yes,
Why
it
is that
is.
blasphemy?
Because then what was the whole point of Jesus? He came here to forgive people of sin. There is no sin because there is no evil in the world. Everything that happens ought to happen, all things considered, from God's
you're
perspective.
conflating sin with evil, right? So all sin is transgressing God's prescripts.
That's what I mean. That's what's meant by evil. That sin is evil.
Yeah.
And there is no sin in the world if there is no evil in the world, then. Well, so there is evil in the world.
God has prescribed things that we should and should not do.
Sure. And nothing that we should not do happens because God doesn't want it to. And God's omnipotent.
He said, thou shalt not, therefore when you do, you are guilty.
Yeah, but no, that's the thing. Nobody does anything.
Yeah,
Nobody ever does anything God doesn't want them to do.
But then isn't God
still doing
punishing
it.
you for moral actions? Like you're
God
doing
is
moral
punishing you for the things he intended for you to do. Yes.
Exactly.
Right,
so he's
God
irrational.
Is punishing you for
Why is that
moral
irrational?
actions.
If that was his plan from the beginning, there's
I want
no
Mark
irrationality there.
I want Mark to have some so when he's done, I can explain why that's irrational.
Okay. Thank you so much. So basically, you're saying that the actions that people are taking are moral because God has designated it to happen, and then afterwards He's going to punish you for the moral actions you have taken. That you have no choice in the matter.
I'm saying they're moral by the way you use the word morality.
Well, I'm sort of going by your definition.
I don't use the morality. There's sin.
Okay,
That's
there's
it.
sin.
Yeah.
But he designated for you to sin. He determined that would happen ahead
Correct.
of time.
Correct.
And then he punishes you for that.
Correct.
That's irrational.
Why is that irrational?
Wait a minute.
Monstrous.
Hold on. If a sin is an action or behavior which does not conform to the will of God, then nothing is a sin
That's
because
not what
every
a sin
action and
is.
behavior conforms to the will of God.
It's
Well,
not
what
what
is a sin?
A sin is transgressing the prescribed laws of God.
So Mark just literally laid out how what he's saying demonstrates that God is irrational because what Will is
Why is that
effectively
irrational?
saying. I'm about to explain. I'm about.
I'm going to interrupt you both.
about
I'm going to interrupt all of you. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit more back and forth. Like maybe we'll go 3 questions on this topic. I'm going to read a super chat, and then we're going to everyone will have their final say on whatever they want on the outros. But Leo, right back to you. Well, you were about to say something. I want you to finish it.
Yeah, so it's irrational because first off, you have to understand how rationality is understood. An agent is rational if
Pertaining to reality?
If they are engaged in the actions or the behaviors that which they ought to be engaged in, all things considered, with respect to the goals and desires that they have. That is to say, an agent is rational when they are doing the things that best conduce the content of their goals and desires. What this means is that if God, being morally perfect, if God, being morally perfect, desires for there to be no evil in the world, then there is no evil in the world. And so what this means
You
is
don't need
that
to go on a 5-minute speech. You literally just went against your own thing. It's absolutely irrational.
What we get under your worldview is that there are things that occur in the world that God doesn't want to happen.
No, I never said that.
God's omnipotent.
Never said that.
How can it be
Straw man.
that a maximally powerful being creates a reality in which things happen that it doesn't want to happen? That being is irrationally permitting things it does not want to occur. Why?
Never said that. Can you actually argue against the argument I made now?
Well, actually, what
I literally didn't. You literally completely went away from determinism.
How?
Into saying things God, there are things God doesn't want to happen that happens. That's the argument. You just said that my argument was there are things that happen that God doesn't want to happen, which is the exact antithesis of my argument. So you totally straw man the argument and claim that to be irrational. I agree with you. That would be irrational. Unfortunately, everything that happens because God wants it to, and therefore it is rational. So by your own definition.
Look, he's saying they do transgress. He's just saying that God wants them to transgress.
Well, then they're not transgressing.
They are.
Then it's not a transgression. No, it's not.
Yes, they are.
How is it a transgression to do what I want you to?
And
explain that for me.
Because if I say don't and you do it, then you're guilty.
No, but
it's not a matter of.
He wants them to do it. He desires. Do you not know what a desire is?
There's a difference
God
between.
desires for them to do it, and then they do. That's not a transgression. That's
Did
not
Adam and Eve
transgression.
transgress when God set up the bait and set the trap?
No.
In the Garden of Eden.
Yes.
That's a whole other argument I can get into.
They are guilty, and they wholly did exactly what he intended for them to do.
He gave what we are to believe, and I realize the scripture doesn't actually, support this, but the erroneous modern Christian interpretation pretends that Adam and Eve were immortal. They weren't, and the scriptures make that clear. But the way that Christians today interpret the story was that they were immortal. And so they had this bait set in front of them. They're completely naive. They don't know anything good from evil. And they have the serpent, which is supposed to be Satan, although it's clearly not Satan. And again, the scriptures don't say that or even allow that it's Satan. But the way Christians misread their own fucking fairy tale, it's supposed to be Satan. It's supposed to be the Lord of lies. And that's why he's the only one in that story who didn't lie when God did lie. So God set the trap, and he told Adam, don't eat the fruit, but he didn't tell Eve not to eat the fruit. He let the snake tell Eve to eat the fruit. And then she knew good from evil. And now that she knows good from evil,
Eve obviously knew that she wasn't supposed to
give Adam the fruit. She knows good from evil, and yet she still thinks it's good to give Adam the fruit. So apparently, God doesn't know good from evil, and that's made abundantly clear by the rest of the Bible.
I would hate to
I have no. I don't understand anything you just said right there. To be honest.
Will, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Well, hold on one second. Hold on 1 second. I promise, King, we won't go to outros before. But I just want to send in a lovely $5 super chat from Duchess of Clutches. Thank you for being on the panel tonight as well, Duchess. You are lovely as always. Can't we all just agree that Zanity is bad and stuff, but at the end of the day, at least it's not Islam.
Hey,
religions and religions. I'll take all as we take drills as all of the Abrahamic religions. It sounds like a good day. And thank you so very much, Duchess of Clutches. Really lovely to have you on, and thank you so very much for $5 super chat and support.
Yeah. So the book of Revelation or book of Genesis is God said don't eat. They ate, therefore guilty. The end.
Yeah, but they ate because God wanted them to, right?
He intended for them to, yes.
Yeah, so then he didn't want them to not eat it because he intended. What does it mean to say that God desires?
It's irrelevant.
What does it mean to say that God desires for some people to do X, but doesn't desire for those same people to do X in the same sense? Just explain that for me.
It's irrelevant.
No, just explain that for me.
Explain what?
That's what you're saying. That God
don't tell me what I'm saying. Ask me questions.
God desired for them to do X, and I did. I asked you how do you explain how God desires for Adam and Eve to do X, but then does not desire for them to do X in the same sense?
I never said he doesn't desire for them not to do X.
He intended for them to eat the fruit,
He told them not to. Okay?
He intended for them to eat the fruit.
Yes, he intended for them.
Did he desire for them to not eat the fruit?
He told them not to eat the fruit.
Yeah, but did he desire for that? For
obviously
that
not
to
if they ate it.
So then he's just deceptive.
Why is that deception? He clearly told them what
he intended, which means he desired.
There's no deception there.
Wanted.
Wait.
God
There's no deception
wanted
there.
it to be. God wanted it to be the case.
If I
that
clearly
they
tell
would
you
eat the
don't
fruit,
cross the
but
line,
told them not
and
to
you
do
cross
the
the
thing
line,
he
there's no
wanted
deception.
them to do. That is literally what
Here's
he said.
the goal.
Yeah,
Here's the
it
punishment.
sounds like
You
to me
eat,
he's just a
you die.
sadistic guy.
All right,
He likes
Leophilius,
punishing
may
people
I
for
jump
no
in here,
reason.
please?
If you want to
Yes,
consider
go
God
ahead.
to be
I'm
sadistic, that would be
currently
fair.
writing a script for this where I talk about God's lies, and that's one of them. Where
Why is that
God
a lie?
lied about what would happen if they eat the fruit.
Why is that a lie?
Why is it a lie?
Yeah.
For in that day that thou eatest of it, thou shalt surely die.
Yeah, it doesn't say you'll die today.
It does say exactly that they'll die today.
It doesn't.
In that day, thou wilt surely
On
die.
that day.
On that day, yeah.
Yes.
Thou shalt.
Right.
So
on the day
means
that you eat of
day.
it, period, comma, you will surely die.
Right. In that day.
There's a comma there in English.
Right. In that day,
yeah.
comma, you will surely die, which means that day.
Two different thoughts. No, it's not that
Same
day.
thought. In that day, comma, you will surely die.
No. It's not what that
the
means.
comma only exists
So-
in English. It's not
Correct, but the comma exists in English
Hebrew.
because that's the way that it
Well, how
would
do-
have
how-
been
let me
intended.
correct
Hold
the
on.
next misinterpretation that you have.
Wait. The
What
comma
do
is
you
not where
think
you
it
think it is, though.
Well, let
In
I'll have
that,
to pull
in
it up.
Genesis 2:17, that comma isn't where you think it is.
The biggest problem with the whole Eve
It doesn't
eating the apple.
matter because his other argument that he's trying to base this on is
Well,
also
no, he's-
flawed. Let me
he's-
challenge that.
Mhm.
He's
I
arguing
mean,
that
it
this is an
cool.
operative clause, but it's not. If you read Genesis 2:17, right, the comma comes before the for. So it's but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, comma, for in the day that you eat of it you shall die. That's a singular clause. It's a singular
For
sentence.
when you eat from it, you will certainly die.
No. For in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. So
What translation
in
are we looking at here?
I'm using the NRSV.
It's
but the-
today.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter.
Wait.
Translation
It does
is.
matter.
I have another argument.
Hold on.
You're hanging
Match
your
whatever you want to
on
bring to show that it's still
the
that
verbiage.
that God still lied.
Why is that a lie?
I'm trying to get to that.
Did they
How
die?
do you interpret it? What is God saying there? And what does he
That
mean?
when you sin, you will die.
Okay. So when? How long is when? I mean, so
When they
in
died.
that day?
No, not on that specific 24-hour
Okay, so
period.
Not
No.
when. Not when, but sometime after when.
Or when you
or
eat.
When
you
it
eat.
happens or not when it happens. Sometime
If they
1,000
don't eat,
years
they
later.
don't die. When they eat, they die.
So they died right
Okay.
after they ate it. Okay.
No,
Oh,
that's
okay,
not
so-
what I said.
So,
Well,
so
you
they
said
died.
when they eat.
They ate it and they died. Or was the serpent right?
For when they will eat, or when they eat,
When the
they
serpent
will
said,
die.
No, thou will not.
Will is
surely
future
die.
tense.
When the serpent said, "You will not surely die,"
The next meal,
instead-
okay, got you.
Instead, your eyes will be opened. And then in the very next line, and they ate, and their eyes were opened. Holy fuck! The snake was right.
And they died. God
No
was
matter
right.
which way you
God.
slice it,
Well,
God
okay,
is
so
culpable for
What is
Eve
that?
eating
What do you
the
think
apple.
that means?
so-
They're
Wait a
still
minute.
walking around for 1,000 fucking years. We would call that
Yeah.
immortality.
That's grace.
Was it? Is it great?
Yeah.
Let me ask
so-
you something. In the last bit, the last verse, I think it is, in Genesis 3,
Okay.
God has to get them out of the garden. Do you remember why? Do you remember why God had to yank him out of the garden?
Was the
Adam
tree
and
of
Eve
life was there?
Huh?
Tree of life.
Tree of life. Why would the tree of life exist?
Keep them alive, I guess.
Keep them alive. What would
I
have
was
happened
looking for entertainment.
if there's a tree of knowledge of good and evil,
Mhm.
and they could eat of that, and then they'll die, or they could eat of the fruit of the tree of life? What would happen if they eat of the fruit of the tree of life?
They will not die.
They would not die.
Yeah.
So they eat of this tree and they don't die, and they eat of this tree and they do die.
Mhm.
So this is obviously a parable, right? There's no way this could possibly be literal, right?
I don't take everything in it as being 100% literal. It's obviously a
Well,
story,
you have to
yes.
take this as 100% parable because there's nothing else it can be.
I take this as a human being expressing a thing that they saw
All
in
right,
a
let's
vision or dream.
pretend
Yeah.
then, if you want to try to, if you want to say that there's any possibility that this in this story, that it's not just a straight up dichotomy of a fable. What if they never ate ever from either tree? What if they never ate anything at all?
It's irrelevant.
Well, no, it's not. It's directly relevant.
Why is it directly relevant?
if they never ate of the fruit of the tree of life, what would happen to them?
I don't know.
Would they
What if
die?
they never ate anything?
I can't
ever?
pontificate on what hasn't been.
What would happen to them?
revealed,
What would
right?
happen to
So-
you if you never ate anything ever again?
Right now, currently, I'd probably die.
Probably die. Probably, really? If you never
Well, I mean,
ate
I
anything
could
ever again?
What do you
would
mean by the word
probably
eat,
die?
right? Because I could be hooked up to intravenous things and still
But
live
that's
without
still
eating anything,
isn't
right?
it?
Huh?
That's
It's
still
the
eating. Isn't
If
it?
that's your
energy.
if that's your definition of
In
eating,
order
then sure, I
to
would
eat,
die.
to consume
Definitely
calories,
die.
just in general, it's just the consumption of energy.
So God has to get them out of the garden because they might eat of the fruit of the tree of life. And if they eat of the fruit of the tree of life, then what? What does
They
it say?
would live forever.
They would live forever.
Yeah.
Can you live forever after you're dead?
No.
Bingo.
Depends on what you mean by dead, right?
Well,
physically,
obviously they had to
right?
die.
Yeah.
We're not redefining the dead here.
There's
in
another
that day
problem.
thou
There's
shalt
another
surely
problem,
die
Arn.
is a lie. They didn't die. God had to yank him out of the garden.
There's another
Before
problem.
they eat of the fruit of the tree of life and live forever. Now they still live for 1,000 fucking years, and we would call that immortality at this point, right?
But Arn, there's another problem. If
I
they
mean,
wouldn't
Dracula
have
didn't get to
eaten
live
from
that long.
either
But there's still no lie there, right?
The lie is that God told them what the punishment
You're
would be.
basing your entire
and
argument
then
on
he
the
brought them-
temporality of the verbs in the sentence.
Yeah, God lied about what the punishment would be, and then when they ate,
He didn't lie
gave
about
them an
he didn't
entirely
lie.
different punishment than the one that
He
was
didn't
promised.
lie. He kicked them out of the garden, so they were not capable
he
of
gave
eating
them
from
a
the tree
lie,
of life, which
told
caused them
what
to
would
die.
happen, and then that's not what happened.
They
He gave
died.
a completely different punishment. God lied.
He didn't
they
lie.
didn't die. He gave them another punishment instead. That is a lie.
He didn't lie.
God didn't tell them the truth.
There's another.
Did they die?
Arn,
Yes or no?
There's another problem. There's another problem. If they wouldn't have eaten from either tree, then they would have died.
Yeah.
Because they need to eat. He created them to eat, right? So
No,
they
no.
eat. He said, "You shall eat of all of the trees in this garden, except."
He could. Hold on. Let me finish. They could eat from all of the trees if they wouldn't have eaten from either the tree of life or the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Would they have died?
I'm sorry. If they didn't eat at all, period.
No, if they didn't.
If they would have eaten from any other tree except those two, would they have died?
I don't know. The book doesn't say.
So,
well, what's
what I'm trying to say
then?
is,
what
if
happens,
they would have died,
what is the one
if
thing
they
that
would have
happens
died,
if you eat of the fruit of the tree of life?
Oh my fucking!
Yeah,
they would
if
live
they,
forever.
If they would have died,
so
if
you
they
would
would have
not
died,
live
it would be the
forever
same.
if you didn't eat from that tree.
Well, I'm sure they probably ate from the tree of life before this, right?
No.
Why not?
I'm
You
sure
can eat. They
I'm
can
just
eat from
gonna
any
speculate.
tree,
There's
and any
it's not
tree
written in
except
here, but I'm gonna
one.
Make up my own stuff.
Hold on. There was only one tree that they couldn't eat from. There was never any
You can eat of
prescription that
any of
says
the
you can't
fruit-
eat
of
from
any
the
of the
tree of
trees.
life.
I still want to get back to this transgression thing.
No, I know. There's so much wrong with this fucking fable. It's
There
like
really
amazing
is.
Anybody ever believed it?
It's definitely a
But this
story.
is a critical flaw.
And to be fair, Will, to be fair, you already said that if they had eaten from the tree of life, they would have lived forever. So if they had already eaten from the tree of life, they would have lived forever. And eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil,
if you
wouldn't have
continually
done
need to
anything.
eat from the tree of life, right? Nobody says you take one bite and bam, you're eternal.
What
Not in
I
the
guess
script.
it's not a tree of life then. It's not a so
Yeah, if you
eat of the
continually
fruit of the
eat
tree of
from
life,
it-
you don't live forever.
If it's a like take it's
Wait,
a
wait, wait,
a
hold
well
on,
of
hold on,
life,
hold on,
and you
hold on,
continue
hold
to
on.
drink from it over
Wait,
and
no,
over and
stop.
over
But
again.
the fruit of live for the day.
Wait, Will.
I
You're
can
telling.
hold
You're
on.
hold
Let me
on, hold
let
on.
me
Oh,
let
no,
me
stop,
try and
stop,
clear this
stop,
up.
stop,
No,
stop. I haven't
Xerxes,
said anything
Xerxes,
for like an
hold
hour
on.
and a half.
Xerxes,
No,
hold
I
on.
want to talk to Will for a
We
second. I
also-
have
we
not said anything for
eventually-
an hour.
We eventually
I've
have
not said
to
anything for
find.
like an hour.
Just
I have not
Xerxes,
said anything
just
for like an
wait
hour.
a second.
No, I
Yes,
haven't
and
said
I
anything
haven't
for an
said
hour.
anything for more
I have
than
been
an
waiting
hour.
patiently.
So wait
I would
until
like to ask
it's your
Will a
turn.
question.
Xerxes, wait until it's your turn.
No,
I didn't say
I'm
anything
going
for
to
over
ask
an
Will a
hour
question.
either.
Okay.
I'm now
You were
talking to
just
Will.
talking.
Guys.
I feel so
Guys,
I feel so left.
Damn it, I was trying
So
to take it to the outros, and
You
Arn
should have
just
just
left.
muted one of them.
Should have just
Yeah,
muted.
this is why Arn left, because don't interrupt when someone's talking.
Okay.
I was quiet for over an hour. I didn't interrupt anyone. If someone is talking, shut the fuck up, Xerxes. This is your fault.
So I apologize.
not.
I would like to. No, everyone, please. I'm a little pissed.
Go ahead.
Please, we're going to go to outros. I will say, if you'd like to come on and have your outro, we would be honored to have you on. If not, we are honored that you were on, because you are amazing. You did a
big up
great
Aaron.
job
It was
tonight.
amazing for him to come on.
I thought it was a fantastic debate, and we are now going to wrap up. So everyone is going to have their own way to say something, and if you want to ask a question on your outros, but I think now we are going to move into our outros. We have a Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? What's up, Stephanie? We are Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? We are heading into our outros. It was lovely to have you on with us for this, and we we want to know, what are your thoughts about the debate or the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
I'll keep it brief. Nope.
All right. Thank you so very much. It was lovely having you with us, Stephanie. We are now handing it over to Will.
No, I feel very loved coming on this show, and I'm so happy so many people want to chat with me.
Good to have you back on, Will.
Yeah, it's good to be good to be back on. No, I always love coming on here and hanging out with you guys. And anybody who wants to, I was on Discord for a while. I hadn't done it for a couple of months, and then I got a new phone, and I didn't know that you have to transfer the authenticator over. So my 2FA got jacked up, so I can't get into the old account. But I did start one up the other day after one of Amy's shows to join into that. So you can find me on Discord now if you want, but you'd have to get in contact with Amy or somebody over that way. Big Screen Bird. He has my private contact information as well, but not that I want him to give that out to everyone, but if I know you, you're a decent person, I don't mind having that as well. If you like soccer or football, as we like to call it in the biz, Will Stewart 365 is my channel. We do rants on a lot of yelling and screaming, so I'm used to this. So doesn't ruffle my feathers.
It's a good show. I've seen it a few times.
Thank you. Yeah, we see people in the chat from now and again. Simos Funk,
go on every once
apologize.
in a while.
Got to give a shout out to my boy Simos Funk. Haven't seen him in a
Arsenal
while.
fan.
Yeah, he's an Arsenal fan. They lost today to Manchester City and no longer top of the league. Just want to throw that out there. And yeah, thanks for having me on.
That almost sounds like a challenge.
Oh, it's just a little bit of friendly banter. That's all.
Woo, thank you so very much, Will. It was lovely having you on. And go check out Will Stewart 365. And all right.
Oh, I changed the name of the channel, by the way, just because I'm going to be doing some other stuff too. So not necessarily soccer, but
oh my.
Yeah. So watches, just like tech, like different, stuff in here. If you want to, if you like to do live streaming and you have, questions about how to do weird things or all that kind of stuff. And then like fragrances, stuff like that. So we're kind of going out into more, because I've joined another channel called, it's going to be called Planet Hotspur. That's kind of like a conglomerate of multiple creators, kind of like, I guess you could say, Tang in the atheist community, right? For the soccer side of things. So we're going to make my channel a little bit more of the things that I enjoy every day on, 365. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo,
so maybe even some debates like this, because I do enjoy doing that. So who knows? Whatever. On that channel.
I'll join.
I am looking forward then for an entirely well-rounded, as much as I love sports, channel. Check out Will Stewart 365. And then we apparently have God with us. God, what are your thoughts? We've been midnight ranting on does God exist, on the topic, the debate, or anything we've been talking about tonight.
Yeah, I still don't understand why y'all don't believe in me. It's like I'm right here. What more can I do? I ain't gonna put much more effort into it. Oh.
I have a question for you.
All right.
The clouds in heaven that everybody's standing on up there, what are they made of? Because they're not falling through.
Oh, they're made with the deceased souls.
Classified information.
Oh, yeah.
Great answers from both of you.
Shout out to Jen, too.
That's right. Send out to Jen and send out to, I think I said
It's great to see Jen out there in chat.
Oh, that was funny.
And all right, go right down the list. Sending love. We are got Randolph Richardson. We have been midnight ranting on Does God Exist? Where can people find you? And what are your final thoughts?
Well, I'm on. Okay. Not sure what that was. You can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/RandolpRichardson, and that's Randolph spelled with an F, no matter what autocorrect tells you. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had much of a chance to get on to these live streams as I'd like to, but it's sure been fun tonight. It's a shame that AronRa had to leave so abruptly. It's always great hearing what he has to say, and everybody else, of course. So, but look forward to the next encounter. The question in the title, does God exist? I've never believed in any goddesses or gods, and I'm still, despite the fact that I just asked a god to tell me a little bit about the clouds in heaven a moment ago, I'm still not convinced that they exist. I still think it's Peter. But not an act. He's just gotten better at OBS and is trying to hide this fact. I'm sure of it. Seriously, though.
Okay, God, you and I talk both at the same time. Go ahead. Say something.
What?
Say something. Say an entire sentence. Talk over me. So Randolph
why do I want to
not
talk?
me. It's not me.
This is prearranged. You know it, Peter. Come on.
This is your fault, Peter. You troll so constantly. This is your fault, right? We just immediately assume it's you.
It's just hilarious. I'm just goofing around. Don't worry. It's fine. It's funny, but it's just because Peter's come on with their personas before, and I thought it'd just be funny to play into that.
It was bound to happen, Randolph.
Eventually.
I mean, yes.
Yeah. I won't go so far as to call you Saint Peter.
Canadian atheist. I mean, have you ever heard, and you're going to have to excuse me, folks, have you ever heard such a dumb fuck in your whole life?
Sorry, I had to do this.
Darth Dawkins is a disgrace. And it is, but if he wanted to, I'd talk with him again. Maybe he can change for the better someday.
And maybe before you talk to him, you can come on down to Mrs. McGillicuddy's Country Corner and pick up a nice bucket of our chocolate salty bars today for about $1.57.
Oh, these South Park references. You know, they make every stream complete. But yeah, I've not come across anything that's been convincing enough for me. Some Christians have asked me before, what
How about some nice big chocolate salty bars?
Can we let him finish?
What it would take to convince me that their God exists, and I said, well, if that God could grant to me omniscience and omnipotence for a period of a fortnight, 2 weeks, that would do it for me. And I've found there are other atheists who said that would suffice for them as well. So there we have it. And apparently God is here with us, and should be a trivial matter to make this happen. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so very much, Randolph Richardson. Lovely to have you all.
Thanks, Randolph.
As always, and we'll see you also on the Fortnite streams on the Theist Helpline. And then
Thanks.
going right
Thanks.
down.
Thanks, James and Amy, for hosting these. Carry on.
Absolutely
Thanks, Randolph.
sending love and going to Mark Reid. We are Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? It was lovely having you on as always. What you got going on the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on. Yeah, this was a great stream. It was a good debate, actually, really good debate. I feel like, though, it's kind of, when we ask for evidence of God, all that's ever presented, and I think Aaron pointed this out, was just arguments. There's no real evidence coming. It's just arguments.
Sorry about that.
Essentially. So, well, I forgive you. That's right. I'm very forgiving. It's in my nature. So when we're looking for evidence, it's sort of, just indicative of one conclusion. We want to find evidence that points to a God, not just points to something that if you take it very liberally, it can be a God. So, and Stuart always goes to these personal anecdotes, which mean absolutely nothing to anybody except maybe him. And sort of, I think that PTown does much the same thing. He goes to these sort of personal evidences that means a lot to him. But unless you're coming from a position of, hey, I want to believe this God up front, it doesn't really mean anything to you. And so if you want to say, hey, the chances are the moon is the same size roughly as the sun, is not, it's not exceptional. It means nothing. It's irrelevant. And so Will's sort of idea of determinism that sort of says, hey, God determines that you do something wrong, then punishes you for doing the thing that he made you do. I don't know if that falls within a moral system, but to me it's monstrous. It's sort of the same as forcing somebody to, do something, like to pick up something and going, how dare you pick that up, and then torturing them for it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It seems like a horrible thing to do. Like, why wouldn't you just not make them do it in the first place if you didn't want them to do it? So obviously you've got a desire for them to do it there, but you're going to tell them not to do it and then force them to do it. It just seems really illogical and irrational and just convoluted to me. But that's just me. But thanks so much for coming on, Will. It's good to see you. Used to talk a bit with Will, and it's good to have you back and sort of challenge each other's ideas. That's fantastic. And thanks to PTown again for coming on, because it's always hard to go into a room full of skeptics and sort of argue your case. So I appreciate them.
Yeah, and there's a lot of more
jumping up
nuance to
and
that. I'm just answering your questions very, directly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay. Well, and I guess all I can do is comment on how they've been answered, though I can't comment on the nuance that hasn't been explored, I guess.
Sure, it takes a longer conversation. I've been, Christians or people
I'd
tend
love
to
to
get
have that
accused of
conversation.
dodging, right? So
I now have a channel, Will, so I'd love to have you on and go into that conversation and sort of, feel out that nuance and find out where it goes, kind of thing would be fantastic. So I do have a channel, MarkReidAtheism. It's spelled REID, regardless of how spell check. Sorry, Randolph, I had to throw that. So I do.
No, I don't hold copyright on it. You're welcome to use it too.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's fine. I do debate. I do some segments where I just get into moral positions and things. So I do all kinds of stuff, mostly debate, which I love and enjoy. And I do have a debate coming up with somebody on Standing for Truth's channel on the Evidence for God, which should be a lot of fun. But thank you so much, Amy and James. You're wonderful. And thank you to everybody on the panel.
So much,
I really appreciate all of you so much. So thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mark. That's right. Mark and Mark. And you should be checking out MarkReidAtheism. Mark, it was lovely having you on, as always.
Oh, my spell check went wild this time. Holy cow.
Oh, no.
Randolph, you said you had one last thing you wanted to say?
Oh yeah, thank you. I forgot to mention earlier about the Theist Helpline. That's a panel that Amy and myself and Peter and KingXerxes and some others are on every fortnight. So that's every 2 weeks. That's coming up this weekend on Sunday. You can go to theisthelpline.com and you can see the links and the details and the schedule for the whole year there. This weekend, what I'll be doing after we finish our introductions, I will talk briefly about a new Omni characteristic that I have considered in a recent thought experiment, and I will be questioning the veracity of it with regard to the Christian God, and making a point about why I think the Christian God is lacking that particular Omni, and but also talking about the importance of that characteristic. So I won't let the cat out of the bag here, but I'll be glad to speak about it after the show is over,
Can I make a guess?
during the show, and in future chats here.
I gotta go get dinner.
The few people I've tested it with I've had really good feedback so far, so I'm hoping it'll go well. Sorry, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I think God said he's going to go get dinner.
Oh, he's going to go get dinner.
I'm not getting dinner, but I'm really surprised to see Randolph come up with a new thing. I shall consider it.
That sounds legit. Sounds totally legit. Okay.
That's not how I really sound.
Oh, well, I liked it. So it's been a pleasure conversing with you, by the way. But thank you, Amy, for giving me a moment to talk about that, and looking forward to seeing you on Sunday with Peter and KingXerxes and everybody else.
Thanks,
Looking
Randolph.
forward to that. And people who haven't watched it, go subscribe to the Randolph channel. Randolph will stream it live. It's always a fun thing to do. And we get good guests.
When I stream it, I also have on the video the live YouTube chat and the live Discord chat, text chats. And the Discord text chats have a function in there where people can put in some GIF images and stuff. It kind of adds to the conversation because most of them are contextual to what's being talked about, and some people have commented that they enjoy that. So,
unless you do Discord on your phone, and then you never see them.
Yeah.
And all right, thank you so very much, Randolph, and thank you, Mark and Will and everybody. We're going right down the list to Leophilius. We have been Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist? Hope you had a fun time. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, and what you got going on the interwebs?
I shall smite thee with a hangnail.
Those are pretty goddamn good chocolate salty balls. Damn. Apple, isn't it? Anyway, y'all should check out Mr. McGillicuddy's Country Corner store. It's pretty good. Anyway, one of the things I want to talk about here really quickly, if I can, is this notion of how it's not possible for somebody to transgress against God by doing what he desires, because what a transgression is understood as is going against like a command or a duty or an obligation given to you. And so if God gives somebody some sort of command, obligation, or duty, and what that just entails is that God desires for them to carry it through. And so if God desires for them to violate the very thing that he's commanding them to do, then it's just the case that God doesn't really desire for them to do that thing. He desires for them to not do it, which is why he desires for them to not do it. And so it just follows from that it can't logically be a transgression. And so there is no way to transgress against God whilst doing that which he desires for you to do. It's really nice to see Aaron here tonight. Particularly that he stuck around for a couple hours. That was really, really nice. And we had some really good discussions. I don't think the theists provided any meaningful answers to the objections that were raised, but that's not really something new. Does God exist? No, he doesn't, because supernatural things are not real. Supernatural things do not exist. And the sooner that humans recognize this, the sooner that we can more meaningfully move in directions that give rise to systems that more meaningfully suit the needs of all of human.
And they're not natural.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Leo.
Wait, hold on. I think I
Were you
forgot
eating-
to.
Were you eating fruit from the tree of knowledge earlier?
No, I don't need the tree of knowledge. I eat from the tree of knowledge, and it absorbs my knowledge. Anyway, I forgot to
So it
shout
makes
out
you dumber.
that
He's got the
tomorrow.
munchies from that bowl he was smoking earlier.
Tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, U.S. Central Standard Time, I will be doing a stream responding to some claims that some recent apologists have made concerning physics. So if you'd like to learn more about the things that they say and how they're wrong, you can tune into that stream on my channel tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Oh, I'll try to put the link for that in the chat. I'll try to find that. Sounds like a good show.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Leo. An honor having you on as always. And we are going to reminder that Stephanie just has a video, but she's getting more. Will, Stephanie, Randolph, Leophilius, Mark, all of these people are content creators. Of course, AronRa, who we're going to be shilling for at the end of this video. But we are going to hand it over to his producer. We're going to give it to Peter. We have been Midnight Ranting on Does God. It's lovely having you on. And what are your final thoughts on the debate topic or anything we talk about tonight?
Hold on. So we still haven't gotten to the point whether or not God actually exists. I'm still not convinced, even though he was here, and even though if I really want to,
I can pretend to be God and sound like him. No problem.
I told you that's not how it sounds. I shall spike thee. Wait for your hang hell.
So can
Well,
I,
you can-
Peter?
you can try.
What was that?
Mel Brooks, is that you?
So it's a shame. I have to go and watch. My microphone was really loud. Sorry. I have to go and watch the debate to see what it was all about. I only got back online just before this show started, and I saw James's message, so I started working on that first. So I didn't see anything from the debate, but we'll wait and see. And I do hope so. PTown was here. I would love to see a conversation between PTown and Arn. PTown is
that would be good.
Has agreed to come on my channel, so that's also going to happen. I'm hoping that we can do that maybe sometime next week. So I'll be messaging him in order to set that up. And I think for that one, it might be a good one to have an evolutionary biologist as my co-host. So I'll see if I can make that happen as well. Other than that, it's always fun to be here, Amy, and really appreciate you having me on. So another good show, I guess.
Thank you so very much.
Thanks,
In fact, I did see out there, woohoo, Sending Love, Chris, saying it awesome live. Could not agree more. Thank you so very much, Peter, for being on with us. And yeah, gonna go for it. Sending love. And James W. It has been an awesome live. We are closing up the girl deck as far, yes, so it seems. And so
It would seem,
Gizmo
right?
is telling us all that it was amazing Midnight Ranting on Does God Exist?
What do you think, Gizmo?
And what are your final thoughts on
Amazing.
Great debate, AronRa. You know, you guys know him. He always does really well in debates, and this was no exception. He did really well in this debate. But thank him so much for coming on and making this an after show to remember. Thank you for everybody for coming in chat and watching, commenting. Thanks for all the support from everybody, all the super chats, and just all the support we got from our viewers. And thanks to everybody on the panel. Made it really a stream to remember. We'll remember this one for a long time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so very much, James. And all right, with that,
Thank Gizmo, too.
I am going, and our producer Gizmo, I am going to remind everyone that if you are part of the girl deck at any level, if you're a channel member, if you're a Patreon, you get access to the Talk Skeptic to Me show, where we will help create a episode where you share your expertise and experience with the community. However, if you'd like to be produced by someone who has relatives that have technology of Jewish space lasers, then right down there, I actually just had another person sign up, which is fantastic. I get number 3 and try, and I guess a trinity, but I want more, baby. We'll have Gizmo and myself produce you. And I really do want to give a really big shout out to the man of the hour, the person that we are here for tonight. I really do want to thank AronRa for coming on tonight.
Thank him so much.
He is a mensch. He is a
Great
gentleman.
guy.
I have loved his Skeptic Quranic series that you should all check out. They are going knee deep into the Bible. His snacks are adorable. You should go to youtube.com/AronRa.
He's doing the Blasphemers Bible now. He's doing.
That's right.
We do the Blasphemers Bible now and the Book of Mormon, and we did have Ozzy Osbourne read parts of the Book of Mormon. But if you want to check that out, that is a separate video on Aaron's channel.
And all right, go check
In
out
honor of Mitt
both.
Romney.
Exactly. Which is funny. Mitt Romney went up to a certain politician and said, "You don't belong here." I've actually agree with Mitt Romney. Look at that. Clocks can be right twice. Jesus in space. Oh, Mormons. I know, right? I think that is about it. I hope that you all look forward to a lot of more content. We're going to have a whole more premieres, clips, all sorts of fun stuff. But I hope that you all enjoy this episode of Midnight Ranting, Does God Exist?, where we threw a modern day debate after party on the topic of Does God Exist from the debaters AronRa and Stuart, as we transcended time and space and probably tacos. Though I do want to thank my co-host. I'm not counting, you're counting. James W.
He doesn't have it ready. Just go, Amy, go.
Oh, go. As well as our lovely guests, and this is mostly in order. Peter. KingXerxes. Beamsy. Leophilius, MarkReid, PTown, DuchessOfClutches, Freerebel626 RandolfRichardson, Will Stewart.
I was like, I don't get a bing. Like,
I was gonna say, I feel like we got our bings down. We're doing good. Oh, and my little baby girl just woke it up. I know. As well as Stephanie.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, last, certainly not least, the man of the hour, the reason that we were all here tonight. You should all be going over exactly to the lovely AronRa's channel. He had a great debate tonight, and you should be checking out all of his amazing content, of course, produced by our lovely Peter here. So go check him out. Once again, youtube.com/AronRa. And all right, with that, I want to thank all of the lovely people in chat. What is up on Twitch and YouTube? Our awesome mods who make this stream so great. And of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to share it with someone that you are in a debate with, or family or friends. And don't forget to like, follow on Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube. It gains you access to that bell icon, which when set to all will give you
Listen,
live.
dude, I wasn't born yesterday. I mean, have you ever heard?
Okay, I'm up. Are we at war? Hold on. God, okay, good.
Oh, she's got her peace pipe out.
Yes, that's right. I thought zombies were
just went crazy.
The pipe of peace.
Listen, I thought it was the nukes were going off and they turned people into zombies and they were coming after us. Yes, why not like, follow, subscribe, hit that bell icon, share, or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? You can also leave a super thanks, which is like a super chat, but after the video's done, and we'll read it back on the next episode. After the show, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server opens up for the after party, woo-hoo, the link of which is in the description below, along with both of our fantastic channel members with our evolving badge system that triggers young Earth creationists, and our Patreons. One of the best ways to help us and score yourself some unique perks, becoming a supporter at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all in the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Mwah.
Bye.